Yeah, boosh. Meow, 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 meow. Hello, hello. Morning. Can we get a 5-5, please? Let us know that everything's sounding well. Get your glasses on, loops. Cheers, mate. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome in. We'll let a few more people get in the house and then we'll get cracking. Intel, Loops, of course. Majestic Fox. Howdy, Pat. Hey, Myri. Carl. Hi, Johan. Hi, Gil. Hope you're okay. How you doing, Sabira? Charlie. Hey, Cyrus. Caris, my apologies. Joanne. Hi, Richard. Hi, Michael. Catherine. Matthew. Hope you're alright, mate. Andy P. Hope you're okay, mate. See ya. Silky. Hope you're okay, pal. Hey, Neil. George. Hope you're okay. Michael Whitaker. Hope you're alright. Hi, Calvin. Rob. Peter Dunn. Colby. Vicky. Hey, Eddie. Matty Hyatt. Hope you're okay, mate. Ray. Hey, Ninad. Hey, Freya. Ruth. B. Dave. Tea and Toast. How you doing? Audrey. Morning, Mr. Marsden. Hi, Simon. Jason. Morning, Audrey. Hi, Nigel. Joel Randella. Hey, Vicky. Hey, raise up. Lemon Cake. GM and Lupin. Good morning, people. Hope everyone is well. Good morning. Hi, Tony. Good morning. Morning, Dave. Getting the overtime in, mate. Getting the overtime in. And before we start things properly, huge thanks to Mr. B, Mr. Brownbill.
Oh, hello.
How you doing? You right?
Not too bad.
Look at him there, just jumping in on it, man.
Am I a bit early for the...
You're a bit early for the Sunday show.
Sunday.
Mate, I was a bit early for this show on Wednesday.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's it. All the days are mixed up.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you for stepping in on Wednesday. That
My
was,
pleasure, mate. You know that.
That was mega.
You don't have to thank me, mate.
Of course, we did probably one of the shortest shows we've ever done.
Yesterday.
Yeah. Proper part-timers.
You couldn't miss that, though, could you?
That was so cool. On our doorstep, of course.
Absolutely.
Folks at Barton give us heads up and... Yeah, the retirement tour of the Pumas as they flew over in the 3-ship formation.
Yes.
Did you see them in the end, or did they sort of divert
flew
it?
like in a direct, like northeasterly direction. So yeah, unfortunately around my area we missed them. But I was keeping my head up like out of work and stuff. But yeah, no sign, unfortunately.
It's funny because on the stream Sam was watching, and we've got a landscape around. He's doing the garden at the
Absolutely,
minute.
yes.
And so the two of them are kind of like in and out of the garden, of course. And I was watching the path, and it was where I live is just outside of Warrington. And I seen them heading directly towards.
Yeah.
Like, Sam, look, they're going to go over the house.
Yeah,
go,
quick, get out.
And then the second I said that, they make a right-hand turn. And I was like, oh, no.
Got it.
So she just about seen them just over, like, sort of the fence line, you know, like just about in the distance.
I see a picture, yeah. Hey, tell you what, it wasn't a bad picture considering there was, like, bit of a distance away. Like you say, they turned and stuff. It's a pretty decent picture.
Yeah.
But Martin's dad's picture was... Oh, mate, I don't know if anyone's seen that, but Martin's dad's picture of you two on there, mate, wow, that's
it was epic. It was atmospheric, wasn't it? You had
Absolutely.
the whole like width, the three of them, and then it was looking on.
Yeah.
Very cool. No, it was really good that we had to sort of really work out where we were going to stand and stuff. And obviously the sun being on our backs, we had to make sure that was a thing.
Yes.
But I think where we were was great. You know, had a nice panoramic view of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Flying nice and low as well, because,
Yeah.
like I said, I was a bit worried it'd be a bit high, because I remember when we seen that flyover of the BBMF there, and it was like at least 500 feet.
Wow.
So it was just like, well, that's silly. But these were super low. You could see the detail.
What, about 100 feet up, Andy? Something like that?
Yeah, about that. You could see them descending as they came in, and got nice and low. Gave us a wave out the door there.
Yes.
Cool helicopters as well.
Yes, very cool. Look military, don't they?
They do, yeah. They're old. Like, I didn't realise the age of them. Like,
No.
what, the 1970s
Yeah,
we're
absolutely.
talking? Like, that's older than they're the oldest airliners you'll see at Manchester.
You just see the thin air on the taxi out. Hey, and huge thanks to Barry. Barry, thank you so much, mate, for your 31 months of business class support. Fantastic stream. Cheers, Barry. Thank you so much for that. And Tell jumping in with the first super chat of the live. And he's wishing Martin a happy birthday for tomorrow. Happy birthday, Martin, in advance.
Hey.
And a huge happy birthday today to a certain Mr. Flemos today. Flemos down in Turkey with his family and stuff.
Wow.
But celebrating his birthday today as well. So happy birthday to you, Flemo, mate. Have a great day.
Mate, March is busy for birthdays.
It absolutely is, isn't it?
We had, I think, Suze's birthday, and was it? Am I right? I think it was Paul's birthday as well.
Yeah, correct, yeah.
And now we got the two again, Martin and Flemo.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yep, so the Finnair just crossing over the active arrivals runway. Going to be heading back to base, back to Helsinki.
But I think when you're born, my theory is, I don't think it's scientific at all.
Yeah.
But when you're born, I think it's kind of like what you're most used to. So, like, I'm very much like a summer baby. I was born in August. I think you're born in the summer as well, right?
Yeah, I'm July.
And as a result, I love the heat. You
Yes.
know, like hot days, like
Yes.
30 plus degrees. They're
Yes.
all me. But Martin loves these days. Like yesterday, it was a bit warm, wasn't it? But it was like still in the teens of Celsius.
Yeah.
But he was thriving yesterday. He loved that.
Not too hot, just
Yeah.
just right.
But I'm looking forward to the middle of summer, me. And
Like I always say, I obviously streaming in winter has its advantages with as far as content goes. Brilliant, gather some awesome content in the winter, and I don't mind being out in it. I suppose after a couple of months, I'm sure you can speak for this as well, Andy.
Yep.
After a couple of months, you just get used to the elements, and you get used to like, right, I need to wear this amount of layers today, and you just get used to it. And there's parts of your body you can't keep warm all day, fingers, toes.
yes.
But like you say, I'm ready now. I'm ready for a bit of nice bit of warm weather.
Yeah.
I am.
We're getting there.
I think my mentals are ready for some warm weather now.
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, Ali B, thank you so much for signing up to Premium Economy. Thank you so much. Are you okay? Absolutely, Jules. July is a decent birthday for a beer in the garden. Definitely.
That's it.
Barbecues.
By then, it's gotten a bit warmer.
Yes. Thanks again, Ali B, for considering Airliners Live. Thanks a lot, mate.
Because my brother's is in May, and like in May, it's like either warm enough to be summer warm, or still like
spring.
not quite there.
If spring ain't quite kicked in May, a bit like you can't plan anything really. Can
I know,
you?
so it's always hard. And then end of August, I think is bob on. It's usually, although there's a bit of a tradition that it seems to rain on that exact day, but I think it did the last few years actually.
Right.
And I like a good garden party. I like a good barbecue and drinks out in the garden.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's where the vibes are at.
This 321 of Lufthansa that's just been holding short there is now continuing the taxi. And it's going to be heading on the return leg to Frankfurt, Sierra Golf, on this 24-year-old airframe.
Yeah, a bit of age on that.
Yeah.
You find with the flight carriers with the sort of shuttle services, they usually use quite old aircraft, don't they?
Absolutely, yeah.
You'll see a big mix on the British Airways shuttles going from here to Heathrow. Sometimes you'll see the 21 Neos, which are super nice and new.
I just think to myself, like, it's 24 years old, this aircraft. How many liveries has it been through,
Yeah, that's true. How many different, owners has it had?
Yeah.
How many different engineers have seen it?
Yeah. Are those its own engines? And crazy, isn't it?
How many bums has been on them seats?
Absolutely. How many millions of people have travelled on that aircraft in 26 years? Man?
Yeah. That's it. With the passenger service units that we've been working on from the Jet 275.
Are they all thinking now? You got the next lot. You got the next batch fully posted out, Andy? Is
They're
that
almost
correct?
all gone now. There's only like a handful left
Mate, that's
to post.
crazy. And like we've been discussing in the mod channel, so weren't expected to like. There was a product there where like we were a bit apprehensive whether it'd like fully sell and if it's become a trend to get them and stuff. But like it's just gone, hasn't it? It's
Yeah.
crazy.
I know. We originally said 50 we'd have, and we were a bit apprehensive about that. And honestly, we sold 150 in the end. So, yeah, there was a few extra steps along the way, and it's taken a bit longer than we thought. But
Yeah.
nonetheless, good to have them out. But what's mad about them is like the Alpha India ones, especially. A lot of them have like tobacco residue in there,
Right. Okay. From the old
because they're from the 80s.
smoking days, mate. That's like 30 years. Like.
I know. Yeah, and it's like it's a bit of a distinct look when you got like a white panel. You can kind of tell, if anyone smokes indoors, or kind of gets on TV and stuff.
And like we've just been saying about former lives of aircraft and stuff, those have got some Chinese text on them as well, haven't they? Some of those AI ones.
Most of the ones on Alpha India do, and it's from, is it Air China?
Yeah, something like that.
From way back when. It was its first airline. I think Alpha India only ever had two airlines, I think. It was with China and
Jet 2.
It was Jet 2, yeah.
So the lovely finally rotating, and we have the Ice Max just about to touch down, guys. There's a bit of a breeze today, isn't there, Andy? We were discussing it prior to the show starting.
Yeah, get it in the title.
Yeah.
But also what was mad is so where we are in the heliport, Airlines Live HQ, we also neighbour a company that does medicals for pilots.
Right.
So obviously there's quite a lot of aviation themed things being at an airfield. So we see some pilots coming and going, and we have a little natter and that. And this one chap came in the other day as we were knee deep with the PSUs.
Yeah.
And he knocked on. He said, "Oh, you were Airliners Live?" He's like, "Oh, I've seen a few streams and that." "Oh, nice to meet you. And the guy was a Jet 2 757 captain.
Wow.
Who flew the last commercial sector for Alpha India.
That is wild.
So, and he was the guy who flew it, and he flew it from. So there was two captains up front apparently, and apparently the plane was like he reckons about 2/3 of the flight were just av geeks, people who were just there to be on the plane.
Yeah.
I know a couple of our community members were on board.
Yes.
And he said that because there was two captains, it's an honour to sit in that left-hand seat, isn't it? Because that's like the captain's seat.
Absolutely.
So what they did was on the way out, one sat on the left seat, and then they swapped on the way back.
Oh yeah.
And then the other one sat in the captain's seat.
That's a great idea.
Yeah. And then they said, when they landed back at Manchester, I think they said, like, we'll do some flight deck tours. If anyone wants to press the call button above the head.
Oh, yeah.
And as soon as he said that, ding, ding,
everyone,
ding, ding, ding.
Every row, every seat.
Yeah, everyone. So, yeah, and yeah, what
that's great.
And it was just weird because we don't often get pilots knocking on. We had seen them here and there. Every day you see pilots in and out, whether they be like helicopter pilots or
Captain Mark.
Yeah, Captain Mark, or But it was just weird how this one guy knocked on that exact day when we had these out. And
it's crazy, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
How ironic.
But yeah, he was doing his medical. So he is now training on the A321neos.
Right. Okay. Of Jet 2. Yeah.
Jet 2, and they've got like different training centres for that. Some of them are down in Luton.
Okay.
There's one up here towards Leeds, I think, as well. I think they've got a new one, more local in Manchester, I think, or Cheshire.
Yeah.
So he's training on them, and that's kind of the way it's going. They've already got the 757 pilots there. He says it's like a much different mentality, right? Boeing versus Airbus. He gets to experience both because he flew the 73s, the 75s. Now he's going on to the Neos with Airbus. And he just says it's such a different mentality.
Wow.
I'm sure Captain Mark could talk all about that because he's done the exact same transition, hasn't he? And
incidentally, he's going to be here very shortly. I think Mr. Captain Mark is going to be joining us for a couple of hours because he's got an outbound flight to Reykjavik today.
Oh, nice.
And he flew to one of his favourite destinations last night. He flew to Enfield last night.
Oh.
Jokes. He absolutely hates that route. This is Flight Victor Sierra 73 heading to Orlando. Going to be crossing the Atlantic. And we also have the Singapore flight to Houston. And I thought I saw as well, briefly, I thought I saw the Junyao pushback as well, which is today has the Chinese silk ribbons livery today.
So I never. Oh, I might have, but I can't remember. I never flew on to my memory, on a smoking flight. But didn't they have different sections? Was that how it worked? Like you had like the smoking section at the back or whatnot, or was it just everyone? Was it just a free for all? I can't remember.
I was really young when smoking flights were a thing, and they still had the actual the ashtrays on the seat.
Yes, I remember them. People used to put chewing gum in them.
Yeah, and like all sorts. But and I must have only been, what would I have been, 5? So you're talking like 85, 86.
Yep.
And I recall, because unfortunately my dad's a smoker and stuff as well, so I do recollect my dad taking that to full effect, being able to smoke on a flight, yeah. But I cannot recall, Andy, if there was like sectioned or, can't recall.
We'll have a look.
I think may have been airline dependent, that might have been.
Yeah, I'm just having a look on Google. It was more between 1988 and 2000 it was.
Oh, right, okay.
So, like, for example, 1997 was when the EU did a full ban on smoking on flights, along with some other countries as well.
Right, okay.
About late 80s, late 90s.
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a long time ago now, isn't it?
It is a long time ago, considering.
You don't realise.
We do have a Pegasus about to touch down from Istanbul, but I think we'll let this Virgin Atlantic, the heavy take priority. Looks like it's going to be a rolling start from 2-3 left. This runway we should expect to close within the next 45 minutes or so. It has been pretty shutting pretty frequently, pretty much on time this past couple of days. So, and of course that'll mean we get all the action on this runway in front of us. Around about 11 o'clock.
John Fez is saying, I wonder if that plane's still awaiting runway clearance. Did you see that?
Yeah.
That was bad.
Like, are you in an airport?
You think you'd know. So Ollie's saying clocks go forward this weekend.
Wow. Okay.
So there's that. And then it's also Mother's Day as well, yeah, on Sunday. And even more importantly, it's Martin's birthday tomorrow. So
that's
guys,
the most important thing of this week.
Get your calendars.
Don't mind Flemos' birthday or anything. Martin's is the main birthday.
Get your calendars.
First aircraft you can see in shot there is the Iberia on the Madman route. And we've also got the EasyJet you can just see to the top left of the shot there. Just getting itself fully established with the arrivals runway here. Aircraft arriving in from Geneva Lever.
And a bit of support as well. I don't know if we read this out. Terry Edwards with a £2.
Yeah, go on.
Saying happy birthday to Martin for tomorrow.
Cheers, help.
Ali B with Premium Economy. Yes. Thank you. Samantha Littlewood with a 30 months of Premium Economy. Thank you. Mark Plevin.
Mr. Plevin.
With a £2 saying good morning, guys. Anthony Shannon with a Premium Economy membership. Sign up. Thank you so much, Anthony.
Cheers, Anthony. Thank you so much, mate.
And then Pia gifting a membership as well. Thank you,
thanks a lot, Pia. I did notice Pia's had a other knee done as well yesterday, I think. So hope your recovery is as speedy as possible, Pia. Can't believe you had both knees done so quick, mate, Pia. It only seems like a couple of months since you had the last one done. But
that's a good job she hasn't got the NHS over there.
Absolutely. Like I said, my mum's had hers done and mate, she's still waiting for another one. So,
yeah, all the best. Hope you get well soon.
All the best, Pia. And the Iberia being blocked by the beautiful Junior.
Hopefully see her back at the old task fairs as well.
Absolutely,
in the future.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and if you may have seen, we're not doing a TAS memorabilia fair this summer. I don't think it's confirmed at all anyway.
I don't think it's being held at all. I think you're right there, Andy, mate.
So, but we're looking at doing the one in the winter, which, to be fair, I think is the better one. Just because in the summer, if the weather's nice, you kind of want to be outside anyway, not inside.
Come on, Jet 2, look at this. So look at this on the Pegasus Jet 2. Look at that. That windshield there. Look at that heat like thingy there on the front window there. And look, you could do the same on here. Look, you could do the same there.
That would look tidy.
You could do exactly the same there. And I think you should. I think you should do it.
That looked nice.
G-Sun M on the taxi outs. Aircraft heading out to Fuerteventura in the Canary Islands.
Myri saying, not my favourite Junyao livery, but close second.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a nice one. That. It does look very smart. I think
you know the ruby thingy one? They do, they have got like a full thingy one on one of the 321s.
Have they?
Yeah, it looks great as well. But it's not like the Oriental Ruby. They give it like a different. It's got a different title. But it looks fantastic on the 321s. Looks great. Whether it's on just that one that I noticed on Flight Radar, I'm not sure. But mate, if they got that on a few of the fleet, that would look great.
Yeah, the Oriental Ruby does look 10 out of 10. So just looking at planespotters.net, they have 9 Dreamliners, just 9.
Wow.
And of course, they're all in their own livery, aren't they?
Absolutely, yeah, of course, yeah.
But yeah, they have a bunch of narrow bodies. They have 43 A320s and 36 321s.
Yeah, so. That's on one of the 321s. Look great.
But of course, we don't get to see them yet, for obvious reasons.
Yes.
Be a long flight that for a little
321,
Airbus.
Yeah. So this Jet 2 just waiting to cross, and the Junyao heading to Shanghai is already has taxi clearance by the looks of it, takeoff clearance by the looks of it.
Like I get a question, where's Manchester Airport located? And Laurie goes, in Manchester.
Yeah. You can't answer it more clear than that.
She's not wrong.
Yeah. Straight to the point.
That's it.
As I mentioned before, just a slight breeze today. May pick up as the morning and afternoon goes on.
Yeah, allegedly it's going to get up to about 30 knots crosswind, which is that's pretty windy, isn't it?
Windy.
That's pretty breezy. So,
Change the title.
Quick, get all the alerts.
Strong winds.
Newspapers, get in touch. Plane struggles to land. Wow, using so much runway there. Wow. It's probably the airline that uses the most runway, I'd say.
Yeah, or the North Streamliner.
North Stream.
North Streamliner just like gets its money's worth, and that's that.
Yeah.
You see, and one thing I did ask people in the chat the other day as well, and they're like, why are they closing this taxiway in front of us here?
I'm not sure. I think that'd be one for Captain Mark.
Right, I think this camera might need a restart here, because it's just doing what the hell it wants.
Okay, no stress. Yeah, it's probably a question for Captain Mark. I did see, this is a strange answer, but this is all I've seen. It's not the true, well, it might not be right. But I think they are doing work on it when it gets quiet later on. Right. So they close it, earlier just to get it closed. But it seems like a strange explanation.
I'm wondering if it's wear and tear.
Just trying to...
They're just trying to stop. Because look, it does look patchy,
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if they do just get a bit concerned of like how many aircraft per hour are utilising that taxiway. That's what I was thinking last time. But who knows?
I have heard from.
But the last time they did close both this exit, both the rapid exit and the thingy, and this as well. So, like you say, is it? I don't know, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just going to give this camera a quick restart, guys.
Yeah, no worries.
Stand by. Don't go anywhere.
I'm trying to read because, a lot of... So, apparently, one of the problems with Manchester Airport, it's not a big problem, but I think it's built on clay soils.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that means that structurally the foundationally, the runway and taxiways are not as strong as they could be. And that's obviously something that they didn't notice when they first built it back in the RAF Ringway days.
Yes, of course.
And subsequent expansions to now be an international airport with a second runway.
They wouldn't have anticipated, would they, like say?
No, and of course planes just kept getting bigger and bigger and heavier and heavier. Back then it was just like DC-3s and stuff, like little, relatively little compared to what we're seeing here with these, heavy aircraft thumping the runway, taxiing around.
Yes.
And I know a few pilots who have flown in here have said that it's quite noticeable, the wear and tear on the taxiways.
On taxiways.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's what it is, me personally.
Yeah. So, and it's similar with Barton.
And of course, they have been carrying out a hell of a lot of works over on the second runway prior to the schedule change. So we're doing a hell of a lot of work over on the work in progress over on 23 left, 05 right.
Yeah, and because the history of flight in the UK goes so far back, like look at Barton, you've got the oldest air traffic control tower in Europe still in use.
Absolutely.
And that was built earlier than Manchester Airport or RAF Ringway. And at the time, Barton Aerodrome was going to be the main international airport. And it was even called Manchester Airport back in the day. But, of course, again, like structurally and ground integrity, and they had the river nearby as well. It's just, they couldn't make it work. Couldn't expand it.
Jet 2 finally on its way down to the Canary Islands. Also got the Singapore just crossing the active as well. Jet 2 commences the climb out from Manchester as the Logan Air maybe just waiting a bit of taxi here, taxi clearance, and then carry on its way.
Yeah, making itself be heard.
Yes.
Singapore Airlines A350 as well. This one heading off to Houston Intercontinental, but can't be many days left of this service. I think it ends early April.
Yeah.
Such
I think
a
it's
shame.
April 4th, I think, Andy.
It's such a shame. Almost feel like we need to do a special stream to see the last one.
Yeah, just a shame that I think it's the return load factors from Houston that aren't too clever, so.
Yeah, I can kind of get that. We flew both ways, return from Manchester to Houston.
Yeah.
And it was pretty quiet. And you're talking about 50-60% load on that.
Really?
Yeah, coming back was really quiet. Like, we had three of us. She had me, Sam, and Dakota.
Yeah.
We literally could have had a whole row to ourselves each, So I think what happened was, I can't remember what order this happened, but me and Dakota fell asleep at some point, like, right next to each other.
Yes.
So, and then Sam, because we were like sprawled out, Sam had to move. So she found a whole row to herself and just had a big kip.
Yes.
Big peaceful lie down. But yeah, it was
lovely climb out from the 350, that was.
It's always nice when you're on a flight when there's like a bit of room.
Yeah.
A few empty seats.
Yes.
Especially if you're on like a Ryanair or something.
Mate, the 330 flight back when I was on one of the Jet 2 lease on the air tankers, the first time I flew back on one from Antalya, it was like you say, load factors weren't great, but it was like the midnight shift.
Yeah, it was weird coming back from Lanzarote the other week, because it was a Ryanair flight coming back, and there was a huge queue to get on the flight, and I was like, oh no, it's going to be rammed. a huge queue, and we literally refused to get on because we were at the front of the plane anyway, at row 5 or something. I'll just jump at the back of the queue when it's lower. I'm not standing still because they pre-board you with Ryanair, don't they? So like,
yeah, of course.
they get you to queue
absolutely.
up like half an hour before the plane's ready. So even before the plane's landed, you're already queuing up.
Yeah.
It's like, you know what, I'm not playing this game. So we just wandered around. What were we doing? We were just looking at different views and stuff out the windows and whatnot. And then we came to board, and it was pretty empty. I was like, where did all the people go?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I just miscalculated. It was a Max as well, so I think they're a little bit bigger as well.
Yeah, just a fraction bigger, aren't they?
Yeah. But no, it was chill. There's a few empty seats in that.
Decent, the Maxes as well, aren't they? That's right.
Yeah,
they are
nice.
decent.
Yeah, it was a Neo out and a Max back, so it was a nice refreshing combo.
Funchal bound. This is Yankee Foxtrot. This is a standard 321, this aircraft. They had Yankee Alpha and Yankee Fox. I think these two aircraft were the first Airbus aircraft brought into the Jet2 fleet. Slow. Slow takeoff roll, unless he's looks like things are not quite ready. Is it Friday, is it?
Yes. That's a shame. There is a plane behind that wants to use the runway now, so
yes.
I guess if there is an issue, they'd want to get this off the runway ASAP.
And don't go anywhere today, ladies and gents. Stick around, because we do have a bit of a special coming in today. We have the Emirates Airline Foundation livery coming in on the Emirates Airbus A380 on flight Echo Kilo 17 today. So you want to see a bit of a lovely A380 special. And it does look great, actually. The 380 that's on the inbound. Due in at 10:55, so in the next half an hour. That'll be touching down with us here during the Friday show.
So this may not be a technical issue. It could be anything.
I think he's just not quite ready. I think that's what it could be.
But this was the plane that you seen fly over your head yesterday,
yes.
was it? And it was making a strange sound. So
yes, or at Yankee Hotel. Might have been hotel at Yankee Hotel.
Was it?
Yes, I think so. But it had been in the hangar that for a few days.
Yeah.
So whether, like you say, there is an issue, and it did go on a test flight on Wednesday. I heard it coming back over the house on Wednesday, and it made a right racket.
Did it?
And then yesterday again, when I sent that message into the chat, it was making the same sound. So I'm pretty certain there was an issue on Yankee Hotel.
Anyway, this 737 out with no issue. Heading off to Alicante.
Yes.
It's an 800 series 737, only 8 years old. And likewise, Jet2, they do pack them planes full of people.
Yes. Yeah, it's going back around now. You
can always...
Funchal, you can always go around.
Taking a bit of a scenic route.
Yeah, maybe things not quite ready on board.
That's it. There's a lot they've got to get ready, cabin and everything, flight deck and stuff.
And we also have the British Airways shuttle service making its way over today. And today is a 319.
I'll wait till Mark gets here and then I'll jot off. Need to make a few stops today
Where's the 320?
on the way home. But then, like I said, I'm working on the garden, I believe
Big
so.
graft done. Big graft. At least the weather's decent, but you can get things done. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
Nothing worse than putting a spade in the ground and it starting raining and stuff. It's horrible.
Yeah. Terry Edwards saying partial solar eclipse tomorrow morning around 10:30 a.m.
Okay.
Wonder what the weather's looking like. Did anyone see that crazy spiral thing in the sky?
No, I missed that.
I did too.
I missed it.
I mean, I'm surprised how many people seen that because it was just a random, late in the evening.
Didn't someone say it was something to do with SpaceX or something like that?
I heard that, yeah. I heard so.
I don't know how correct that is, but
yeah, it was some launch and
like the residue from the gases and stuff like that. I think.
Yeah, I think it was burning off fuel and it kind of went in the atmosphere and it burnt up in the atmosphere and then it created like a nice little swirl.
Strange, wasn't it? Very like.
I think if people didn't know that, it'd be very, I don't know, suspect.
Yeah.
Be like, what is that?
What is it? What's created that?
It was a Falcon.
It's a sign. It's a sign. Aliens.
SpaceX Falcon dumping fuel. Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah.
That was what I heard. Did anyone in the chat see it?
Yeah, did anyone actually see it in chat?
Because people got pictures of it with their phone and stuff. It looked great. Imagine if you had like a proper camera on the go. You know, you would have seen.
Mate, got it through a telescope.
Oh yeah, that would have been crazy. And people said it also kind of like travelled across the sky as well as it kind of blew across. You know, and it kind of fizzled out.
Yeah.
I seen there was another channel. I think FLGHT. I think they're called Flugets. I think they caught it as well, live streaming here at Manchester Airport. But yeah, upon seeing it on like all local groups and stuff, I pegged it out. It's the garden. Someone was like, "What are you doing in the garden?" Like, oh, just looking for something.
I think I've just spied a certain Airbus captain, me.
All right.
I think I've just spied him. He's so handsome, I can see him from this far away. Honest.
His presence just glowing. I'll hand the mic over to him.
Can see his pitchfork.
What I'll do is I'll hand the mic over to him, then I'll shoot off because I've got a jot. But
no worries, mate.
Thanks for having us on. And,
hope it stays dry for you today, mate. You can get plenty done.
Thank you. I'll leave the bag down here because I don't need it till Sunday. So
okay, mate. No problem.
Nice one, folks. Thanks for watching, guys.
Thanks for bringing the gear along today, mate. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had a stream. So thank you so much, Andy. Much appreciated.
We did rob it for a little show.
Yeah, they
yesterday.
pinched everything. So
yeah.
It's a good job he was here. Otherwise, there'd have been no stream at all. Thanks a lot, mate.
Enjoy the rest of the show, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good Friday.
Take care, mate. Okay,
Bye.
all the best. Nice one, Brownie. Yep, I see that tell, mate. No problem. Andy just gets in the way, mate. Honest. Just joking. So I think we're up to Mark Plevin. Thank you so much, Mark. Anthony, IC Burr, Shannon, thank you so much for signing up to Premium Economy. Pierre with a 1 gifty. Thanks a lot, Pierre. Simon with a 1 gifty as well. Thank you so much, Simon. And Myri dropping 10, a 9.99 super chat in there. Just had a look at the Junyao fleet. There's 5 different Dreamliner liveries. 3 are in the Chinese Peony, 2 are in the Silk Ribbon, 2 are in the Colourful Petals, and 1 is in the Oriental Ruby. And there's also 1 aircraft in the Blooming China livery as well. Thank you for that, Myri, and thank you so much for your donation. Very kindly received that. Thanks a lot. Here's a BA shuttle service. Is in fact a 320. I did say a 319 before, but it's a 320 carrying out this flight today. About to depart from 23 left. Yeah, 380's just gone over East Mids. Thank you so much for that, B Dave. Yeah, so the legend that is Captain Mark has arrived. Yeah, just catching a slight bit of shear on the beginning of the climb out. Ryanair has just arrived. This aircraft just come in from Oslo. 737 Kilo Hotel. And just about to cross, we have a Jet 273. This aircraft's heading to Malaga. And we also have the Jet 2 air tanker Golf Lima A330 aircraft pushed back, ready to depart to Tenerife. And also pushed back, we have a TUI Dreamliner as well. Aircraft is bound for Cancun. And the next aircraft to arrive is going to be the Brussels A319 Sierra Lima. Here's the Brussels, craving slightly. I think, like you say, our emphasis should be on the arrivals today, with it being just a little bit breezy. As you can see, the aircraft having to just make a few adjustments before touchdown here. Yeah, but thanks for all the support so far, everyone. Very much appreciated. Don't worry guys, I haven't forgot you on Twitch. How you doing, Doug? How you doing, Sonny? Hey Carl, Surly. Brussels touches down. Oldest Mima, hope you're right. Hey Jinjin. Texas Vampire Girl, hope you're right. Dave T, 81. Chilling harder than you? I doubt it. Welcoming everyone over on Twitch. Okay, so limit. And the Jet 273-800 departing from 23 left. Hi JFC. Hey Wee 61. I've missed you, mate. Hope you're okay. Next aircraft to arrive is going to be the Ryanair from Copenhagen. Victor Foxtrot on the registration of that aircraft. Then we have the EasyJet 320 coming in from Prague. Tango Charlie. The British Airways shuttle service, which is this time a 319, and then the Emirates A380. Today in the Emirates Airline Foundation livery. Alpha 6 Echo Echo Papa. Great to see a nice special A380 arriving in here at Manchester. Yeah, and of course on today's stream, usual caveats do apply. It'd be great if you could all give that like button a click. And if you'd like to follow on from the awesome members before and support us further, you can do so by clicking that dollar symbol. That'll enable you the chance to offer up a gifted membership or alternatively a super chat. And as is the norm, all support is gratefully received from us all here behind the scenes. Thank you so much in advance for that. But yeah, all we ask is that you just give that like button a click. Really does help us out. Thanks. Here is the next arrival, the Ryanair from Copenhagen. Yes, in the, as I say, the Emirates Airline Foundation. Nice yellow engines on this 380 inbound. Nice to see. Something different. And here is the Dreamliner, going to be heading out to Cancun, I believe. Yeah, and share the stream on your socials as well, feel free to do that. That also helps us out a lot. Also about to push back, we have a 320 of EasyJet for Paris, Charles de Gaulle. And following this Dreamliner out, we have the Jet 2 330, at least from Airtanker. This aircraft running about an hour behind schedule. Dreamliner around 20 minutes past its scheduled departure time. Not too bad in the grand scheme of things. EasyJet just on a short final now. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the Emirates Airbus A380 turning onto finals. Look at that. In a second. EasyJet touches it down without issue. Dreamliner on the roll. Taylor 330. Spooling back up to cross. Dreamliner climbs out. 330 crosses. There is the biggest passenger aircraft in the world. Gear just coming down. Ledge. Thank you, mate. Beautiful 380 about to touch down. Do have the BA just in front. But I think we'll keep our focus on this 380. We are just going to unfortunately miss the 330 departure. So we'll keep our focus on the 380 for you guys. Just to give you an indication how much this aircraft is crabbing in. Marks out of 10, everyone. I think that looks decent.
10.
Hey, how you doing, mate?
Hello.
Good to see you, mate.
You too, buddy.
How you doing?
All right.
What do you make of that?
10. Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
Something different, innit? The engines and...
Yeah.
Welcome in, Mark. Hope you're okay, pal?
All the better for seeing you people. You all right?
All right, mate. Thank you.
Good.
Just come away from the 380 just a brief second, because we do have the Air X charter. Mitsubishi on the taxi out. This aircraft's been on a couple of football charters this week out of Manchester, so we'll go straight back to this special A380. Breeze just picking up slightly.
Yeah, it's
That
a bit
looks
blowy
great.
out there, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit blustery, isn't it? That looks okay for me. It's all right.
Hello, everyone. Lots of highs in the chat. Hello, hello, hello.
And Mark's presence is... Mark's blessing us with his pleasant presence today because you're flying out later today, are you?
I am later on, mate. Yeah, you've got me till about 2 o'clock.
You're flying out somewhere a bit cooler than here.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, it's a bit snowier as well. Yeah, lots of fuel.
How are you doing anyway, mate? You okay?
Yeah, all right, mate. All right, all right. It's
How's
nice to
life
see
treating you?
Rarely. No, it's all right. It's good because I'm here.
Good, mate. Great to have you.
Yeah, thanks for having me, mate. It's nice to see you.
Hey, thanks, Julie. Thanks for 32 months of premium economy. Morning, Matty and Captain Mark. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Julie.
Thanks for your 32 months. Do have an aircraft on the approach. I think we'll, like I say, we'll try and capture as much of this 380 as we can.
It's saucy, isn't it? That FriYAY. That's a nice colour scheme. That.
It's lovely.
Yeah, I do like the fancy ones they do.
Hey, and Rasta, thank you so much, Rasta Rob, with the 1 gifted membership that went to Abigail. Enjoy that, and thank you so much again, Rob. Great support, mate. Thanks. Hope you're doing okay today. And Mr. Roy J. Orlemans dropping in his 28 months of business class support. Happy to be part of this family for 28 months already. You're part of the furniture, Roy, mate. Thanks so much, Roy. Absolute legend.
Got Doug asking here, what's the actual flight time from Newcastle Bristol? The internet says 1 hour 15. It was about 50 minutes, the actual flight time, but it's 10 minutes taxi out, 5 minutes taxi in. So, yeah, depends on the wind as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
But yeah, you're looking 50 minutes from airborne to landing.
Hey, and thank you to you, Suze, as well.
Hi,
with the 1 gifted. Cheers, Suze. Cheers, Jill, as well. And Myri dropping in with a further $4.99 super chat there. Petition to name this one the Starburst livery to match the Smarties. Yeah. Couple of stars there, yeah. And 1 big, huge blue star at the back there.
Huge.
And this Emirates Airline Foundation is in support of the Help to Support Children in Need. And that looks fab. Thanks for the support, everybody.
Well, you're getting a flashy landing light off the easy. Just come off the runway.
Yes. Love the wave from the crew up top. Turn our attention back to this beautiful Emirates.
I like the yellow engines.
I do.
Yeah.
I think they're a lovely touch.
Oh, it's very snazzy.
Morning, Paul. Okay.
Oh, cool.
Engines, ollie, ollie, ollie. Engines giving him Thomas Cook vibes. I get that.
Oh, yeah.
I get that.
Yeah.
Welling vibes. That looks fab.
Yeah, it's all right, that. I'm glad I got up early now. I've got in bed at 1:30 this morning. I thought I'll get up early, come see Matt Cam.
Get in there, so.
Glad I did now.
Cheers, Roger. Are you okay, mate? Morning, Jamie. Nice to have the new tail as well, the newer design tail on there.
Yeah. Oh, you got a Wookiee coming in behind it. Just landed.
Yes.
I was at home a few weeks ago and a KLM E2 with the Wookiee engines came in to land.
Yeah.
And it went past my house. And I'd come out of the coffee shop and I could hear this howling. I thought, that sounded like a Wookiee. And I looked and I saw it go past. And, it, you know, as it's coming down, obviously the engines were at that point where they do the Wookiee noise. And,
Yeah.
you know, it was a few miles away. You could hear it quite clear in the town.
Yeah,
I thought,
yeah,
oh,
of
that's
course,
pretty
yeah.
cool.
Absolutely. Have you heard that jet to the? I think it's Yankee Hotel, Matt. Have you heard that coming over the last few days? Crazy, mate. Sounds like a Piper coming over.
Oh, yeah, they've been doing some flight
Tests.
tests with it. And yeah, someone was saying the rat was out, the ram air turbine.
Yeah, yesterday I believe.
Yeah, I did
heard
see
the
a video
I heard
of
it yesterday coming over the house yesterday when I got home, and wow.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, I did see a video of it coming over, and it did sound different to normal Neo. But yeah, I don't know what's going on there. I have to ask a mate of mine.
Well in A380. Yeah, and as is the norm, you can see the beautiful Cafe 350 just taxiing out in front of the 380 there.
Oh yeah.
Got these planes everywhere.
It's almost like it's an airport, isn't
Tell you
it?
what, you'd think it were. I think we're an airport. It was Yankee Hotel, one of the Jet 2 321s, I believe, Gil. Yep. And it has been out on a couple of maintenance. I think, like you say, Mark, a couple of maintenance flights. So whether the problem's been rectified or not, I'm not sure. But it's been clearly audible coming over the house the last couple of days. Let's put it that way.
Well, we'll soon know if it's back in service.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and that is the norm. When Mark's here, if you do have any questions for our resident to Manchester, our resident Airbus captain, please feel free in the chat. But be patient if your question doesn't get read out. It will eventually, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
But,
only easy
any questions within reasonable?
Yeah, easy
within
ones.
reason.
Easy one.
Keep it clean.
Oh. Yeah, I was just sitting there looking through the chat actually to see if the flight deck fan base are in today, but I haven't seen any of them yet. So. And flight deck floozies.
Hey, and Roger just mentioning both Chicago airports are in a weather stop at the minute. It's raining that hard. They've had to stop the traffic at the airports. That's
Never
crazy.
good, is it?
Wow. Get the arc out, Rog. The Emirates just holding short. There is a bit of traffic on the way out. Hey, and thanks, Audrey. Thank you so much for gifting Carl there with the gifted membership there. Thanks a lot, Audrey. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, Laurie. Susie's asking where's my favourite summer destination to fly to.
Oh.
Ooh, probably Manchester on the last day, the last flight of the last day, because it means I can go home.
Mario won straight away there. Is there anywhere you'd like to go to, Matt, but you haven't flown to yet?
Yeah, America. Yeah, I'd like to go to America. But yeah, never flown there.
Wow, I'm surprised by that.
Yeah. Yeah, even when we last flight, they did bring in some America stuff, but I'd left by then, so I missed it all. Other than that, I don't know.
This Emirates A380 should be heading back out as Flight Echo Kilo 18 around about, say, 10 past 1-ish, if it sticks to schedule. Aircraft has arrived a little bit earlier than planned, if I'm right in saying that.
Norris saying come to Dallas. Yeah, I want to do Texas, Arizona, and Nashville in Tennessee. We'll see. Carl's asking, I'm on the 321s, 25th of April.
Oh, is that when you're thinking?
Yeah.
How's your training going?
It's done. I've done the ground school. All I've got to do is do 2 landings with an instructor, and that's it.
Right, okay.
But I did the ground school. Normally they roster it, and I did it myself because I wanted to get it done.
Get out of the way, yeah.
And I messaged the training department in the beginning of January and said, look, a friend of mine, he's a trainer. He's godfather of my youngest. He's a good mate of mine. He runs a church in Hexham. I used to do bike shows for. And I said, can you fit us in with him for a day to do me 321 training? Because he's flown it for donkey's years.
Right, okay.
I never got an answer.
Has he got a few years' experience?
Oh,
in
that, yeah. He's been on the Airbus. He used to be the base captain for Air Tours at Newcastle years ago.
Okay,
he's very experienced. We
time.
call him the Oracle.
Yeah, okay.
If we've got a problem, I think we need to know.
Get
Somebody always
Get
asking him.
Yeah. He's the man.
Yeah, he's forgotten more than I'll ever know. And I never got an answer, so I emailed them back again about 2 weeks later and said, can I have this flight? And they said, well, the first available aircraft with a trainer we've got is the 25th of April. This was beginning of January. I was like, oh, okay. Jill's asking, good question. If a plane has a tyre failure, do they change the tyre, replace the whole wheel? For the speed?
No, that's one of the questions I was going to ask you, man.
Oh, okay. Well,
we
for
can get
speed
into that in a sec if you want. We get into that in a sec.
Yeah.
Because what I wanted to ask you is, obviously, I don't know if you saw it. You saw on the Wednesday show, Mark? You catch up with the Wednesday show? We had Tui. Tui took off to Montego
with the
Bay.
Burst tyre, yeah.
Yeah, and it had a number 5 tyre deflation.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not sure it's the same on the Airbus, but would it, obviously that aircraft obviously picked up that, they had done the inspection on the ground, obviously prior to flight, they've done the walk around and everything. So obviously it hadn't occurred then, and it obviously occurred rather on maybe on the taxi or alternatively on the rollout and stuff like that. So that'd be triggered up, would it, in the flight deck? That'd be triggered up straight away, like.
Yeah, you'd
as
get
soon as you got airborne.
You'd get a warning. Yeah, when it goes below.
Is it the same on the Airbus as it would, like a similar scenario as on the Airbus as on the?
Kind of. If you pay for it, you can have it on the Airbus.
Right.
Certain airlines don't pay for it.
Right.
So what you have is you have your gear, your doors, your gear page. You've got your indication, your gear's down and locked, and it'll have brake temperatures, but it won't necessarily have tyre pressures. In the simulator, some of the simulators have it. So when you're doing the sim, you can have a look and you can tell straight away if your tyres burst or not. So it would on the EK, it would flag up on the Airbus, but on the Boeing, yeah, it would come up with a warning or a caution saying, yeah, you've got this low tyre. The thing is, with what they like to do in the simulator, if you one of the favourites for guys who are coming up for command, is they give them a tyre burst about 10 to 15 knots before your V1 speed, your stop-go speed. And the Airbus guidance is it's far better to get airborne, leave the gear down. I'll tell you why in a minute, but leave the gear down, get airborne, go off and hold somewhere, burn some fuel off and come back in to land. Because if you imagine, right, you're three-quarters of the way down the runway when it happens. It's far better to burn some fuel off, lighten the aircraft, and then land using the full runway than trying to stop on a third of a runway that you've got left. So you've got the full runway length. Because at that point, you're not actually sure how much damage it's done. Tyre burst can be quite a big deal. The tyres are generally remolds, and the tread comes off, it's flapping around. If you put the gear up, then in that wheel well bay is your hydraulic tanks, your hydraulic reservoirs. So what they do in the sim quite often, if you get a tyre burst and you put the gear up, they'll fail a hydraulic system because obviously the wheels have bits of broken tyre hanging off them, and it's going to, the theory is, you've damaged the hydraulic system. It's just to make you think a little bit more.
Yeah.
So yeah, Airbus says that if it's like 10 knots before V1, whatever, get airborne, burn the fuel off, lighten the load, use the full length of the runway, and you do a performance calculation where it says one braking op or whatever, and it increases your landing distance. With regards to actually changing the wheel, yeah, they changed the entire wheel because it's quicker to do that. They've got spare wheels sitting around, so they jack the plane up with a little bottle jack. It's quite impressive, There's little bottle jacks holding up, 60-ton aircraft.
Yeah.
Jack it up, unbolt the wheel, whip the wheel off, put the new wheel back on, bolt it all up, check it, double check it, sign it, seal it,
Gil.
and off you go.
There you go, Gil.
And then that wheel will go off and have the tyre change, and then it'll be brought back and
See,
go
a lot
back
of people are asking, right, the aircraft's airborne.
Yeah.
Obviously, your packs, you've got so many hundreds of packs on board. Why don't you just flight them until you go bay and get it sorted there? Why not? That's a question I get seen a lot of.
The problem is
it not so much of a hassle to just keep the aircraft airborne and, like you say, get to destination and get it sorted down there?
You want to get on the ground because you don't know what that tyre has done.
Okay.
When a tyre bursts, those tyres are pumped up to about 200 psi.
Yeah.
That's quite hard. I mean, my bike tyres are 100.
Not air as well, is it, Mark? It's not air that there's...
No, it's nitrogen because it's inert, and if you had air, any water that's in the air would freeze at, minus 60 or whatever you're in the cruise. They use nitrogen.
Uh-huh.
So when the tyre goes, if it goes bang, bits of tyre come flying off. Now, at that moment in time, you don't know whether it's punctured a fuel tank or if it's hit a control cable or if it's done any damage to the aircraft.
Absolutely. You only get so much of a disclaimer in the flight deck of what's gone wrong.
Yeah, all it'll, if it tells you anything. When a tyre goes normally, because an almighty bang and the aircraft does, they normally give it to you on the takeoff roll and the aircraft will swing, and it kind of presents itself a bit like an engine failure.
Right, okay.
So you have to be a little bit, you have to have a little think, hang on a minute, do you really want to put the gear up?
Yeah.
Have a quick look, the engines are both running, right, leave the gear down.
Yeah.
You want to get that plane checked out.
Because, Mark, yeah. So as far as that goes, how much more skill comes into play with regard to that with the landing with a flat tyre? Is there a different skill margin, or would it be captain only landing then, or?
For my airline, all non-normals are captains only landings.
Okay.
The problem you've got is how many tyres have gone. If it's just one, it's no big deal because you've got one next to it.
Yeah.
If you've lost two on one side, now you're going to be landing on the rims basically.
Yeah, you're pushing it to the aircraft
Yeah,
to the
it's
limit
going to
there.
be. It's not going to be. I mean, it's not a big deal. It's not. It's not an emergency. It's not like, oh no,
Well, you've got to get the aircraft down.
You've got to get it down, and it's not going to handle very well on the ground when it lands. With if you're running on the rims, once the tyres come off, which they will do, you'll put two big gouges in the runway as well.
Yeah.
It won't stop as well. But yeah, it's tyre burst is a good one, especially for people coming up with command, because it really makes you think. So you want to get back on the ground. The other thing is that certain airports don't have engineering cover for airlines. I mean, I was in Feeder yesterday.
Yeah.
The three-letter code for it is NBE, and the standing joke is that stands for no bloody engineers.
Right,
If you've got
you
a
don't
problem,
want to get caught.
yeah, you
there.
don't want to get, if you've got a problem, you need an engineer. It's going to cause some problems because they haven't got any there.
Okay.
So yeah, you don't really want to be flying all that way with an aircraft that may have a problem.
So what would happen in that scenario? So you got to destination, you got to Enfield, and you didn't require some tech thingy. Would the aircraft obviously then just be grounded until?
Yeah, the aircraft's grounded until you can get it. I mean, a lot of things you can. Oh, that's a bit wobbly.
Tasty, wasn't it?
Yeah, a lot of them. Certain things you can sign off yourself. There's resets you can do yourself. There's certain things you can do with chatting to the maintenance guys at the head office. They will tell you what to do, and you can sign off saying it's good to go. But there's certain things where you just say, right, we can't. I mean, they had an aircraft a few weeks or a couple of months ago now down there. Someone had clipped the engine cowl with a set of steps or a loading belt, whatever, and dented it. Well, that aircraft, I mean, I was there after it had been sitting there a week when I got there.
Oh, right, okay.
And it still was, there wasn't a way of fixing it.
So what's that? Is that a replacement Corvin then, or like you say?
Depends how bad it is. But yeah, normally it's a replacement front engine cowl. So now you've got to, find a spare cowl from somewhere. You've got to get a cargo plane to take it down there with engineers and all the tools they need. And
Absolutely.
Then you've got to swap it over.
And then that may have been a similar scenario down in Montego Bay if they'd let the two carry on.
Exactly,
to
yeah. I
destination.
mean, what's the chance of Montego Bay having a spare 787 wheel and tyre sitting there, in the back collecting dust?
Yeah, absolutely. It's not happening, is it?
Yeah, you look down the back of your settee, you might find a fiver, but you're unlikely to find a wheel there. So, yeah, it's always better because with something like that, you want to make sure that plane's not been damaged. And the other problem you get when you get something like that, if you've got, a bit of fuselage damage or a bit of the tyres hit something and caused a problem.
Yeah.
It increases your fuel burn.
Right, okay.
So your fuel burn will go up, so you'll notice that you're burning more fuel than you think.
Wow, okay.
There's quite a few failures you get where, you're a simple little failure and you think, okay, but it'll say, fuel prediction's unreliable, and because like something similar, like simple like a spoiler on a wing, if it fails slightly up, if the actuator fails, sometimes it can just push it up a little bit, and now you've got more drag and you're going to burn more fuel.
Of course, yeah.
Jules asking, how is it land a plane if there's single engine failure? I'm told by a mate of mine who's done it, actually, it handles a lot better in real life than it does in the simulator. We do it in the simulator every 6 months. And he said, yeah, he had one going in Alicante. The engine decided he didn't want to play anymore, and he just landed it and did all the checks, obviously, landed it. And he said, actually, on one engine, it handled very, very nicely.
Wow, that's good.
But if you don't fancy it, the aircraft can automatically land on one engine. We do auto lands if it's fog and zero visibility, but the aircraft is certified. The Airbus is certified to land on one engine.
Anyway.
Yeah, with an auto land. So if you didn't fancy it, just let the plane do it.
No.
I think I'd probably have a go myself.
Yeah, you've got to have a go, haven't you?
Yeah.
Another beautiful aircraft about to touch down. This is the Saudi inbound. Aircraft coming in from Jeddah in the Middle East. Just carried out a 5 hours and 52 minutes flight.
You had the retro one in yesterday.
Yes. 2,677 miles, rather.
Greg's asking, where's the best place to view aircraft at Manchester? RVP, mate. Get
RVP.
yourself down.
Yeah, get yourself here, mate.
Yeah, get yourself here. It's great. It's free to come in. Pay for your parking. It's only a couple of quid. It's got a great cafe.
Yep.
You've got this legend up on the roof here with a camera. You've got a good viewing park. It's great here.
I don't like that last bit, but all right.
I do.
Saudi, is he going to traditionally absolutely grease it? I reckon he's going to get greased this. Absolute butter watch.
Ooh, floaty float.
Not as buttery as I thought.
Bit more margarine, wasn't it?
Yeah. Lard. Another one of the Middle Eastern carriers will expect to catch a departing to return base before the show wraps up today. And you may have noticed, of course, we are now on single runway operations.
Yay.
And we have the Lufthansa just about to line up Lufthansa City. And then the Turkish can just see being blessed by a bit of sunlight.
I wondered where the Wookiees were coming from.
Yes.
Chris was saying his daughter was on the feeder flight on Tuesday night, delayed twice due to drunk passengers. Yeah, on the way down we had some passengers who were misbehaving, and
Really?
we got fairly close to diverting. We were looking at a couple of little places in Corsica and Sardinia, somewhere where it's really difficult to get back from.
Mate, I enjoy a few shandies, me as well. And even if I get to the airport early doors, I enjoy a few shandies, but not to excess, mate. You know?
Yeah, well, if I divert, I don't take them anywhere nice. I'll find somewhere.
No, that's
yeah,
right.
Somewhere
I
really.
think that's fair enough, me. Yeah, enjoy a few beers, but like you say, you got to think of the people who are actually at work and stuff, you know.
Plane Spotted Mike's messaged me. He's watching. Hello, mate.
Hey, Mikey.
Plane Spotted Mike live. He's not live today.
If he climbs out on the return leg to Munich.
Justin's asking, do I class as a flight deck floozy after work and you're back in 2023? No, you don't. You're all right, mate. There's a couple of fans we have who like pilots, and they're always like on about pilots. They're the flight deck floozies.
Yes.
I was asking, have I had a misunderstanding with ATC? I haven't, because I don't argue with ATC, but I have heard other people do it, and quite frankly, it's embarrassing listening to it.
Yeah.
It is. It's very embarrassing. You're like, no, there's just no need. Actually, one of them I remember hearing, he was having a right row with Scottish ATC, and when he landed, he got a phone number to call, and it was a girl under trainer. She did well. She stood her ground. She didn't, but you know, she stood up to him.
Back down.
But he had to phone up, and her trainer was on the phone, and well, I could hear it from, you know, I wasn't even on the phone, and I could hear the conversation.
Okay.
It was yeah, you don't argue with air traffic.
Decibels were thing here.
Yeah, you don't argue with them. Oh, Chris, yes, they divert to Alby. Yeah, I heard about this one. Yeah, I did hear about this one. Actually, Alby was well in places I was looking at going as well.
Is that one of them places, yeah?
Well, it's going to be difficult to get back from.
There you go. There you have it. Don't misbehave on any flights, but especially on a Captain Mark flight.
Too right.
Do not risk it.
Too right. I gave them a little lecture over the PA, telling them that it's a criminal offence under the air navigation order not to follow the orders of the commander and the cabin crew operating under my authority. If you continue, we will be diverting the flight. You will be arrested.
Yeah. Like I say, it's not a short flight. Like, it's not like it's a 2-hour thingy that either, Mark. It's a thorough whack of a flight, that.
Well, I had 2 days off in the middle of a block last week, and I was like, I don't want to sit in my flat because it's cold and boring. So I went to Tenerife for a night, jumped on a flight, went down to Tenerife.
See that?
But on the way back, I messaged the cabin crew on the flight on the way back, and I said, oh, mate, just watch out. There's this right pain in the backside passenger on board. He's on seat 31A. You know, he went out yesterday. He caused no but trouble. He's just
give him the heads
they'll
up.
give you a hard time. He really will. And he's messaging back like, why haven't we refused his return travel and all of this? And why are we carrying these people? I said, I don't know, mate. But you know, good luck. I said, have a look on the manifest anyway. So when they were doing their brief, he was telling the other crew about it, and they went, let's have a look at the manifest. They saw my name. It's like it suddenly dawned on him. You know, it was me.
Yeah. He had Mark's wrath.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we've got another lovely heavy on the taxi out. We got an Erlingus UK 330. Lima Alpha is on the taxi out and going to be heading to the Caribbean island of Barbados very, very shortly.
Nigel's got a good one here. Do you have a protocol when you put the gear down? You notice EasyJet have the gear down 2 miles earlier than Ryanair coming in at Liverpool. I normally take the gear around about 5 miles. I mean, if the speed's high and it won't come off, then you can drop the gear early. If you're high and you get the high off, you drop the gear, as long as you're below the gear limiting speed, you can drop the gear, increases the drag and gets you down. But normally, anywhere between sort of 5 and 6 miles. At Manchester, they want you to do 160 knots, 165 knots to 4 miles. So what I'll normally do is at 5 miles, I'll get the gear down, which will start increasing the drag, and then I'll start winding the speed back. The criteria is you have to be fully configured and stable at 1,000 feet.
Ah, okay.
So you want the gear down and all the flaps that you're using, whether it's 3 or full rather, you want them all out. They've all got to be out at 1,000 feet, and you've got to be less than 30 knots off your target speed.
Okay.
And then at 500 feet, you've got to be, speed where it should be, on path, on profile.
What's that mark, about 4 miles out?
500 feet's less than that. It's about, 300 feet a mile. So, yeah, you're not far out. You're about a mile and a half out.
Okay.
But yeah, at 4 miles, yeah, you'll be 1,200 feet. No, you won't. You'll be higher than that. 4 miles, 1,500 feet maybe. I can't remember. But yeah, you've got to be stable by 1,000 feet. So if you take the gear at 5 miles, then it gives you time to get the gear down. You want the gear to go down. You want the hydraulics to recover because they're working quite hard.
Mm-hmm.
Give it like a second or two just to let it all settle down, and the accumulators and the pressure to then you go flaps free and you're using a flat full. Then you get your landing checks done. But yeah, it's I don't know why in Liverpool they're it's 2 miles earlier than Ryanair, but because Ryanair will have the same criteria. They'll have to be stable at 1,000 feet, stable at 500. I know all airlines have got that.
Yeah.
And again, that goes back to years and years of studying incidents and accidents. And they, if you've got a rushed approach and an unstable approach, that's when your risk of something happening goes up dramatically.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And the Airbus has flight data on it. As soon as the aircraft lands, it sends an email of the entire flight, all that you've done to the head office. And if you've exceeded anything, it flags up. And if it's a bad one, they'll phone you up and say, "What happened here?" sort of thing.
Yeah.
But if you're not stable at 500 feet, you've got to go around. Can't land off it.
Here we go. I might be blocking a few taxiways again here at Manchester. Got another question for you soon, Mark. Just 1 sec. Well, this Turkish 321 Neo. Begin the climb out to Istanbul. Aircraft climbs out. So, Mark, what's the score with this taxiway here?
What one? What, the one they keep digging up?
Well, this taxiway here, right in front of us,
Yeah.
is, let me recollect. Obviously got the rapid exit there,
Yeah.
which they occasionally close, but the runway, so the surface looks okay on there, on the rapid exit.
Yeah.
Don't look like there's any deviations in the surface there.
All right.
But on this taxiway in front, in front of us here on Bravo 1,
Yeah. Okay.
they always seem to shut it. This vacate here. They always seem to shut it. Now, me and Andy discussed it. I'm wondering if the surface has got anything going on with it, and they only want so many aircraft, maybe
Yeah,
per
possibly.
day using that, because it's like, I don't know, the surface from here looks okay, but when it was a bit damper before, you could really see some deviations in that surface there on Bravo 1.
They've been doing
And they have
some
been
work
shutting
on
it.
Yeah.
They have been shutting that, like you're saying, doing a bit of work in progress and stuff. So
Well, that one to the left of it, Bravo Delta, the rapid exit, was closed the other
which
night.
Is here, yeah.
And it was on the NOTAMs, it was on the ATIS, and the lad I was with yesterday, one of his mates was coming in behind an aircraft who decided to try and come off at Bravo Delta, and they had all the barriers up and they couldn't go, and then they blocked the runway.
Wow,
and they had to go around, and they effectively shut the airport.
Man.
You're sitting there like, oh dear. But yeah, I mean, we came in last night and Bravo Delta was open, so we used him with it was the FO who's flying it, did a great job, but he got off at Bravo Delta.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, mate. They're doing a lot of work. I mean, if you look off to your left down there, you've got the Bravo taxiways closed around about, I think, Bravo 3. Further down the other side of the Rory jet.
Yeah.
Further down, there's all the red barriers out, and they're doing works at the end of the pier.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, it'll be a smashing airport when they finish it.
Yeah, when they eventually do.
Well, I retire in 12 years, 9 months and 8 days, but I'm not sure it'll happen before then.
Mate, we're never going to retire us. We're going to work forever. Aircraft on the way down to Gran Canaria. That is Sunny G.
Oh, here you are. Flying Architects put up. Blah, blah, blah. Rapid interstate. Bravo Delta not available. Work in progress. Mobile barriers deployed to close both links. Oh, look, they're putting the barriers up now.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. That's interesting.
Just so it's discussing.
Yeah. Cheers. Start. Okay, they're obviously doing some work on there.
Cheers, Flying Architects. Next aircraft touchdown, Ryanair. Aircraft arriving in from Berlin. Max 8200, Mike Zulu.
Gotcha.
1 hour 37 minutes flight time. Yep, and obviously with that exit being closed now, the majority of the aircraft will in fact roll past. And will they adjust? Will the guys in the flight deck have to adjust their thingy now, Mark? Some of their
you always adjust your thingy, Matthew.
Yeah.
The thing is with the 737, it's got 4 brake settings, 1, 2, 3 and 4, and then the rejected takeoff setting. So 4's like the sharpest brake. So for that, I mean, looking at that distance, I'd probably use auto brake 2 for that, 1 or 2. It's years since I've flown the 737. The Airbus has only got low, medium and rejected takeoff max, you know, if you stop. So I normally use medium and try and get off at Bravo Delta. I'll be flat 3 with extra speed.
Right, okay.
But yeah, if you're coming off up there, you could get away with low. It's a shame we haven't got, you know, the 350, 380's got brake to vacate, so you just type in what exit you want to come off at, and it'll change the braking to suit.
Yeah, they've also shut...
yeah, Bravo's shut now.
Bravo's shut.
Looks like Bravo Delta's still open at the moment.
Yeah, they have Bravo Delta open. So I think they'll give people the option there to come off there. I'm wondering, like you say, Mark, if that, like you say, it's, as Flying Architect says there, it's definitely, like you say, some...
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's the other barrier going over across now. That's a shame. Oh, well, that's all right. Doesn't matter.
Aer Lingus UK on the roll out on the spool up. Hopefully heavy departure. Sounding lovely, the 330.
That's that. So Vria's asking, why are the engines on the wings close to the aircraft? Yeah, you want them fairly close to the fuselage, because if you have them further out, you need to strengthen the wings. It's like you're increasing the torque on it, the load, so the wings have to be strengthened. So if you have them closer, you don't need quite as much metal. It's like if you're using a spanner. If you're turning a spanner, you hold it right at the far end. It's easy to turn.
Leverage.
If you put it, try and turn it nearer to where the bolt is. It's to do with the fulcrum and you know the lever on it. So you want them as far in as possible. The other thing is as well is that when you have an engine failure, you have to put a lot of rudder in, because one engine's now not working, the other one is. So it pushes the plane, tries to yaw it. So you put an opposite rudder in to keep it going straight. Further out the engines are, the more this yawing moment will be. So if you look at the bizjet, the G Rory, the engines are attached to the fuselage. You lose an engine on that, there's not going to be much swing. If you take, say, a 380 going off on full power, one of the outboard engines goes pop, you're going to need a lot of rudder for that. Because, again, it's all to do with leverage and the turning moment. So you need a big boot of rudder to keep the aircraft going straight. So whenever you're in the sim in a 4-engine aircraft, you know it's going to be engine 1 or engine 4 that's going to go.
It's going to go.
On the MD-11, you know, if the centre engine goes, No, no one cares. It's in line, but again, in the sim, you'd always lose 1 or 3. I think it is 1 or 2. I can't remember what it is. How it's laid out on that.
And a common question that always arises: what's the trickiest airport you land into at the minute, Mark?
Trickiest. That's a good one. I don't know, actually. I don't like the Isle of Man because the runway's short and the ILS is offset on one end. I don't like Jersey because the runway's short. Belfast City, the runway's short and you've got hills on either side, so when you sort of crosswind, it gets quite rough. I don't like Corfu if you have to circle onto the other runway. I'm not a fan of Lanzarote, as we know.
Yes.
I don't know, actually.
Isle of Man?
It's not that it's tricky, it's just I don't like short runways and if you go on, I think it's runway 19 at Dalaman, you have to come in over the hills, you have to configure early and you're coming in, over the hills, in and out of mountains. It's not exactly it's tricky, but you have to have your wits about it. It's actually quite good fun.
Yeah, okay.
There's difference. There's like ones that are tricky, there's ones that are different and fun, and there's ones that are just a pain in the backside where I can't be tuned with this.
Yeah.
We have these Cat C airports where you have to have special training for Funchal, Innsbruck, Tivat. I think the others. There's Tromsø. I think it's Akureyri in Iceland. They're not places I want to be going.
What's Reykjavik like, Mark? Reykjavik, okay.
It's all right. Simple. I mean, they used to base us up there for a week at a time with Australis on the 7.5 years ago. The alternates in Iceland aren't very good. And if the weather's bad at Keflavik, then you want to be... I mean, today I'm looking at it, it's forecast snow. We can get enough fuel on and come back to Manchester. Yeah. So, it's probably not a bad idea. At least Glasgow, Edinburgh, Inverness, somewhere like that. Somewhere away from... it's Iceland, they're pretty good at clearing snow. But again, you've got to factor at least sort of 40 minutes. So... if it's bad, 40 minutes. I mean, I went up there years ago with Australis, went up on a BA flight and we landed. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. Come out the airport, not a cloud in the sky. Got on a minibus, gone to Reykjavik town to go to the hotel, not a cloud in the sky. I've gone in, checked in, got my bag out, getting my stuff out, hanging my uniform up, getting ready, and I could hear this noise. I opened up the curtains and there was like half a foot of snow on the floor. I was just like, where did that come from? It's like when you've been out on the beers, you've been sick on the cat, and you're like, I don't remember eating that. Where's that come from?
Yeah. It is Iceland.
Yeah. It's an interesting place, all right.
Is there any special, like you say, anything that you have to do that's special to get into there, or any pre-planning, or like you say, other than the fuel load and stuff? Yeah,
you've got obviously have a really good look at the web and the notices. The other thing you've got is because you're going up over the sea, there's like an oceanic procedure clearance you have to get. And it's, when you go down to Tenerife, you go off the south coast of Ireland, you do the oceanic route. You've got Tango 9, Tango 290. Yep. We actually talked about that, and I've just done a video with the lads, FMG, tricks of the FMGC
of course.
For the sim guys. We talked about it there and the procedure. But for the Iceland one, it's pretty straightforward, actually. It's quite an easy one. You just give them a call and you get your clearance, and on the way out, they give you clearance on the ground. So it's not difficult. But yeah, you've got to bear that in mind. If the weather's bad, you really need to start having a little think. Yeah. Because you don't want to get it wrong. I'm just having a look at the charts now. You go up off the top, up past Stornoway, up to a place called Baku, and then there's Ratsu, and that's where the boundary is.
Right.
There is an oceanic area to the left. We don't go in there anymore. You've got to have a certain bit of kit on the aircraft that ours haven't got.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. You used to be able to go through it sort of like at 29,000 feet or below, but now they've changed it.
Right, okay.
But yeah, you just call up Iceland Radio, 12785, as you're getting towards Baku, give them a call. And they'll just give you clearance. It's pretty straightforward. It's not a bad day out, to be honest. If the weather's nice, it's a lovely day out. You get some fantastic views. Oh.
Expensive place, though, isn't it, Iceland?
Yes, yeah, very, 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 very.
Take your wallet.
Yeah. Benkman's asking, I've ever been to Vancouver. I haven't, mate. I've never been to Canada. Got a mate in Calgary. Keeps saying go over, but I haven't had a chance. Jim was asking, I haven't had a worst case scenario landing, but we practice all this stuff in the sim regularly anyway.
So you just come out with a 321 sim, Mark, have you?
No,
320. Sorry.
I've done the ground school.
Right.
I've got a day with an instructor on the 25th, so it's just I've got to do 2 landings, 2 takeoff, 2 landings. That's it.
How much does the sim differ from the standard 320 Mark?
It's not. It's not the same. You can't. You don't get the little bumps and lumps and all of that. It doesn't handle quite the same as the aircraft. It's all right. They're better than they were. The older ones weren't very good at all. But now, the technology's moved along. The sims we use, some of them are quite new. But again, what's quite interesting, mate of mine built a 777 sim in his
Oh, yeah,
garage.
I remember you mentioning.
Yeah, talking to Fly years ago. His godfather, my oldest, he's a great lad. And he couldn't fly because of work. He just didn't have the time. So he built a 777 sim. And he's got Microsoft Flight Sim. And he's got all the, the photo graphics and all of that. The Google Maps and all that. And you look out the window on his 777 sim, and it looks. You can spot your house. It's that good. It's really good.
Yes.
The sims we use for the training, when you push back, it's all block graphics, and it's like something out of a ZX81. The graphics are awful, but then again, I mean, normally you take off, something happens, you're in cloud, you can't see anything anyway, and it doesn't really matter. But it's quite entertaining how bad the graphics really are. Yeah. Planespotters Mike's asking, would I like to land at Liverpool, #1 airport? Yeah, I did. I enjoy Liverpool, mate. It's a nice airport. It's a good one to work out of. It runs a lot better than Manchester.
Good to fly out of.
Yeah, everything sort of runs really smoothly there, whereas Manchester is interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, I enjoy flying out of Liverpool. It's nice and chill.
I went in there a while ago, and Mikey was watching. He was filming me from his back garden.
Any vantage point, Mikey? Any vantage point?
That's it, mate. Bug's asking, how long is a short runway in metres and feet? I consider... I mean, we used to go into Bristol. That's 2,011 metres. I considered that short-ish. Jersey and Isle of Man and Belfast City around the sort of 1,600 to 1,800 metres mark. That's if you've got a little turboprop like that Aer Lingus coming in, they're fine for that. But when you've got a heavily laden Airbus with your tank and fuel, you've got fuel for your turn as well and a full load, then it's a little bit short. It's not dangerous. It's just you've got
good fun, don't they? The ATRs and stuff though in thingy, don't they?
It's funny
adverse weather, they look fun, don't they? Like that downward angle of attack when they're on shore and stuff like that.
Yeah, I like having the nose up because I like protecting the nose wheel. I've had a few mates fly them. A few of them said they absolutely loved it. It was one friend of mine, she's a captain at Birmingham. Her husband flew it and he hated it.
Right.
But he'd flown jet streams and he'd flown all sorts. But he didn't like the ATR. But
I speak to a girl who works for Oriny, and God, she said it's absolutely brilliant. Good fun. She says she actually looks forward to days where the weather's going to be a bit adverse and stuff. She says, just makes the day different,
Yeah.
So she can do like 4 sectors a day, and they're just standard, a bit of a standard boring day. But she says when you see the weather's a bit like technical, so it just makes things a little bit different. And
I must be getting older.
Said it's not always days. Fun. Yeah, she said it's not always fun, but it just makes things a little bit different, Yeah, and as I mentioned before, a lot of these aircraft now will, in fact, have to roll past with them. Closing these exits here.
Still blowy, isn't it?
Still a bit. There's still a bit there, mate.
Yeah.
And we have another heavy on the taxi out. This TUI Dreamliner.
Yeah, Matt's saying I've ever been up. Yeah, I've been up to Edinburgh a few times. It's a nice airport again. It is a nice airport.
This Dreamliner is heading down to Punta Cana, India Juliet.
Ham's asking, have I ever seen anything unworldly in the skies? No, you see a lot of satellites. You see a lot of SpaceX. Iridium flares are quite good. If you go on, there's a really good website called Heavens Above. If you go on there, put in where your location is, it'll tell you when the ISS is going over. It gives you maps where to look for it. Tells you where all these, things in the sky are. They're quite good. There was a rocket launch a couple of nights ago, and you could see it in Northumberland. And there was loads of people on all the local pages going, "What's this? Is it aliens?" And everyone's like, "No, it's a rocket launch." But it looked like a twirl in the sky.
Yeah. Me and Andy was on about that. Yeah, and this Dreamliner is in fact the aircraft which suffered the number 5 tyre deflation. It is actually the same.
Oh, is it?
The same airframe, yeah.
Oh, cool.
So I was wondering, like, why they didn't. They did actually take this to one of the 200 stands at T2, and I was wondering why they wouldn't replace the tyre on a remote to, like, obviously at Manchester, extremely gates, especially at T2, are in high demand.
Yeah.
So I was wondering why they didn't actually rectify that problem, like, on a remote, but they seem to just think it, like.
Might be nearer for the engineers. They might have, I mean, we used to use Storm Aviation, so if you parked on stand 4, you were right opposite their office.
Yeah.
So they didn't have far to go. It was always handy.
Just fall out of bed.
And if they, if the wheel store is close by, it just makes it easier to roll it out and have a look.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It just seems a bit strange that, and appreciated they'd have had to offload the packs as well. That's fully understandable, and because it's not like a quick fix, really, is it? Like, say, a tyre change. You'd think it's like, just get a tyre, throw it on. It's not like a quick fix, because I don't think they got away till, like, I think it was just past 7 in the evening when they actually eventually got airborne down to Montego Bay.
Same aircraft?
Same aircraft, yeah. So it was obviously.
Yeah. You might have to have a crew change. Depends on the hours.
Absolutely hours. Yeah,
the aircraft would have to have an overweight landing inspection as well. I mean, it's not normally a big deal. And the tyre. I mean, the tyre change can normally take about half hour. But obviously you want to give it a full inspection, find out what's going on.
Yeah, check the hydraulics and.
Yeah, you want to have a good look around, make sure it's not done anything.
What's the name of that website again, Mark?
What, the space one?
Yeah.
Heavens Above.
Heavens Above. There you go. Sunny. And as the load up.
Well,
taxi's in.
So I'm asking, there's shorter hop than the 90 seconds in the air on a Logan Air, where mainland West Ray to Papa West Ray, one guy did in 53 seconds.
Wow.
I hand flew a 7.5 from Boa Vista to Sal once in the Cape Verde Islands. It took me, I think it was 13 minutes. That was quite good fun.
That's like Manchester to Liverpool.
Yeah. Actually, that night when we went at Liverpool, playing Spotting Mike and the boys were filming us, we could have done it really, really quickly.
Right.
Because we came off on 2.3 and they were landing on 2.7. But we had to go up, for some reason, up to, I think it was about 8,000 feet.
Right,
and then we had to go round over the top of the airport and then do a big loop back on ourselves to lose the height. Oh, I don't know why we're doing this.
It's a beautiful Qatar. Just being put through its paces on the final couple of 100 feet into Manchester here. Is on a short final now. Touching down from Doha as flight Quebec Romeo 27, A350-1000 Alpha 7, Alpha Oscar Alpha, regular into Manchester this configuration of aircraft. And now on the very short final of our touchdown. Beautiful.
Lovely, isn't it? Quiet.
I don't know what it is. The 350s just make the touchdowns, even when it's a little bit blustery, like it's make it look so easy, you know?
Yeah. It's nice, isn't it? Lovely aircraft. Don't want to float it, but yeah, it's nice.
Yeah.
Oh, I see Paula's here. Hi, Paula.
Yeah, once you...
Hope she's not lurking at work.
Once you've floated that 350 mark on short, it does seem to, like, do a bit, doesn't it? Like,
yeah, it runs out of energy. So, guy that used to fly with FO, he's got a BA on it. He was saying that you don't want to float it because it runs. Yeah, there's some videos on YouTube.
Just the inertia just takes
it
over.
runs out of energy really quickly with the new critical wing. And you see them. There's a couple at Heathrow, a couple of Cathay, Singapore, whatever, the thousands, and just floating along, and then suddenly it just bang, lands. You're like, oh, you're down then.
We're down.
And question here: what's energy management procedure on the 320 through flaps 1 to 4? Well, at Manchester, when you leave the holding point, you've got to be at 220 or 230 knots. On a normal approach, once you're inside 20 miles, you want to be leaving 250 knots, coming down towards green dot, which is clean speed, or 210, 220, somewhere around there. So you want to get the speed back. And then inside 15 miles, anywhere between sort of 12 and 15 miles, I'll be taking flaps 1. As I establish on the ILS, either just before, just after the glider, go flaps 2 and bring the speed back to 165, gear down at 5, and then flap 3, and if you're using it, flap full.
Dreamliner for Punta Cana now. Rotates.
Nice. Tried the runway a bit there, that's good. But yeah, some people have these gates, they call it. But yeah, I mean, my general rule is inside 15, you know, outside 12, you want to be getting back to flaps 1. You want to be flaps 1 and down to about 190, 180 knots as you establish on the localizer. And then, you know, if you're a bit high, you can get flaps 2 out 180 knots. And that will give you a lot of drag, and they have this procedure on the Airbus, a glide slope capture from above. So if you're high and you want to get back on the glide, gear down, flaps 2, BS of 1500, maybe 2000, the speed's managed, so it's you know, the front engines are idle, and you can get the height off quite quickly then.
Right. Okay. Simple question from Devil's Advocate: what does short final mean, Mark?
Right, so if you have a look out of this plane coming into land now, they see, when they're lined up with the runway, they're on what's called final approach. Short final is a short final, so you're like within, I would say, probably 4 miles, 3 miles, maybe even less. But it's just you know, you hear people call short final sometimes if they haven't got a clearance to land. And you're starting to get a little bit twitchy, thinking, hang on, you know, oh, I'm on short final, oh yeah, clear to land, you know. But it's just the final bit of the final approach before landing. Yeah, Greg's saying a camera on the underbelly would be useful for inspecting it. Yeah, it would be. The problem is, it would add weight. You'd have to have cabling.
Yeah, absolutely.
It'd have to be certified, and even a little camera adds a little bit of weight. The wiring would add a fair bit of weight because there'd be a lot of it, especially on big planes. And that would then increase fuel burn.
Something else to go wrong as well.
Yeah, well, yeah. The thing is with commercial airliners, you want them as light as possible to burn as least fuel as possible.
Yep.
So if it don't need to be there, they won't put it on. And when you look into it, the actual numbers are staggering. So if you take that EasyJet Airbus that's coming off the runway now, it does 6, maybe 8 flights a day.
Yeah.
Every day of the week, every week of the year. And if you're burning an extra, say, 100 kilos per flight,
yeah, you imagine,
right? That's nearly a ton a day. So that's 365 tons of fuel. Yep. A year you're going to burn.
And the likeliness is that cost will get passed on to who, Mark?
The passenger.
There you go.
There you go.
All sorts of factors.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think it'd be cool. There are, you know, the 350s have got, and I think 380's got it, they've got cameras in the tail so you can watch the plane going down the runway. That's pretty cool. But yeah, one underneath would be pretty cool. There is a video on YouTube of a South African 747 where someone strapped a GoPro to one of the undercarriage legs. That is pretty cool. Oh, Hacker's asking how much speed does keeping the nose wheel up burn off? Not a lot. I mean, the thing is, when you land, the main wheels touch, and you've got to then fly the nose onto the runway. You mustn't let it just bang down, especially on a plane like the 757, longer planes. You've got to really be quite gentle with it. The 767 had it as well. There's been a couple where they got bent with. Oh, he's a floaty float.
Austrian.
Oh, yeah. He's down here. Yeah, so you've got to gently fly the nose wheel onto the ground. You've got to sort of gently release the back pressure just to get the nose down. You don't want it to bang down. There was a 321 in Antalya. I think it's still there. I don't think it'll fly again. They had I think it came in empty, and the nose gear ended up through the flight deck door.
Yes, I see that. I see it, yeah.
Yeah.
That must have been some impact, that, mustn't it, Mark?
Quite a good one, that.
I mean, to go through the actual...
Yeah.
To go through the fuselage, you've put it down, haven't you, Mark?
Yeah, you've knocked it a bit hard. Well, they say any land you walk away from's a good
well,
one.
Mate, as long as you know you're down.
Yeah, anyone you can use the plane again's a great landing.
Oh, and 12 gates there, mentioning that some of the 350s also have the inbuilt cameras underneath.
Underneath?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Underbelly camera. Excellent.
Oh, yeah. 12 gates, Virgin and Bear. That's cool. Okay. Yeah, that would be useful. Because the general consensus now, if you have a gear problem or something like that, they don't want you doing fly past down the runway. Mate of mine did it years ago on the RJ100 because he had a gear problem at Gatwick, and the guys in the tail got binoculars. They're having a look, and they can't tell you if the gear's down and locked, but they can tell you. You might be able to see if the tyres hanging off or the wheels falling off, like it's happened before.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, the general consensus is they don't want you doing it.
It's Jet 2 on the rollout to Lanzarote. Right, about a 4-hour journey down to the Canary Islands with this airplane.
Quicker than a 7.5.
Yes. Definitely.
Paul's asking, some airliners will spin up ahead of touchdown. Not as far as I know. But again, you'd have to have motors to do it, and then adding weight and increasing fuel burn and complex. No, I don't know any that do that. Keith's on about the 321 had wind shear and Scathos. Main gear change. It was September. Main gear change and finally left in January.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember seeing the video of that one. That was pretty impressive.
You see these Jet Fun Show, Mark?
I did, mate. Yeah.
What do you make of that?
That's why I don't go there. Yeah, it's
crazy, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, with that missed approach, I did ask, again, my friend who's a trainer, you turn right at 300 feet. It's 300 feet above the sea.
Mate, he buzzed the tower, mate.
Yeah, and the runway's at 100 feet. So it just you've got wind shear, all the bells and whistles. Yeah, wind shear, oh,
yeah, so everything going off.
Yeah, and you start climbing, you just want to get away from the mountains, don't you? So,
this is Jet on its way over to Amsterdam. I was there the other day. I was doing the old Amsterdam joke. Oh, yes.
Getting the usual groans.
Yep. Brussels, 319, we saw arriving earlier. As well, just on the taxi out.
Is that our Niels, I wonder?
Is it Niels? I think it's been in for a while, actually.
Is he not? He's all over the place. Looking at him on Facebook. He's everywhere. He's living the dream, isn't he?
Everywhere, mate.
Yeah, fair play to him.
Fair play to him.
He messaged me a while ago. Just had his first 6-monthly simulator checks.
Oh, right, okay.
Went all right.
That's gone quick, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has, mate.
I remember when he just started his training and stuff.
Yeah.
Mental. Marrakesh, outbound. Jet 273, Hotel Lima. We do have an inbound now on a looks like a 5-mile final of Welling.
Oh, Sonny's saying hello on Twitch.
Hey,
hi,
Sonny.
Twitch crew.
Paul is well over there on the old Twitcheroo.
Good. I like when Martin does his flight sims on Twitch. They're quite good fun to watch.
Do one of them. Hey, Money 2 eat. GTF, hope you're alright, mate. JJ119, hope you're alright.
Oh, Lee's asking about the 321 that's doing the flights with the rat out yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah. A few years ago at Newcastle, mate Graham, he did a engineering day. We had a plane sitting in the morning that wasn't being used, so we got the engineers.
Right, okay.
He arranged it. The engineers opened up engine cowls, the EE bay, the APU doors at the back, opened everything up they could. The only thing they didn't do is drop the rat, and they said because it's an absolute pain in the backside to restow the flaming
Really?
thing. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, apparently it's hard work to get it all back in the right place.
A lot of mechanics going on, eh?
Yeah. Good bit of kit, though. It's very clever.
Yeah, very clever.
Very clever bit of kit.
And the rat is like a bit of an extra auxiliary like power unit in it, Mark?
Yeah, it's called the Ram Air Turbine, and on the Airbus 320 and 321s and 319s, it connects to the blue hydraulic system.
Mate,
it also drives an emergency generator.
He was steering to the
He was
direction
going
there,
for it,
He
wasn't
was
he?
going for it, the lad. He was going for it. Yeah, so the rat, Mark.
Yeah, so it's if you lose AC bus 1 and 2, it'll automatically drop. You can drop it as well. If you lose the blue hydraulic system, so the centre system, it's green, blue, yellow, God bless you. The green's the heavy loaded one, that does the gear, that does the slats and flaps. The blue does the slats, the yellow does the flaps.
Yeah.
So you can go slats and flaps, slats and flaps. So it's green slats and flaps, blue slats, yellow flaps.
Right, okay.
But if you lose the pump, there's one electric pump runs the blue. If you lose that and you need that system, say you've lost another hydraulic system, you can drop the rat and it'll pressurise the hydraulic system as long as there's fluid there.
Yeah.
It has got a speed limit. I think off the top of my head it's 140 knots.
Oh, right, okay.
So when you come in and land, you've got to, below 140 knots, it will stop working.
Okay.
But you'll be coming in quicker than that anyway. But it'll automatically, if the AC bus bars are dropped, the rat will automatically drop. It will power the emergency generator, which will then supply the AC essential and DC essential bus bars. The clue's in the name, AC and DC essential.
Yeah.
They're the ones you need.
Yeah. So it just keeps them essential systems online?
Yeah, because if you lose you've got, on each engine you've got a generator. So on the number 1 engine, the generator will power AC bus 1, then go through a transformer rectifier and power DC bus 1. On engine 2, the generator will power AC bus 2, and through a transformer rectifier it will power DC bus 2.
Mm-hmm.
And if you lose AC bus 1 and 2, you also lose the DC system. So what you get is the rat will drop, and you'll get the emergency generator. It's presented like a little square on the system page, and it's known as the circle of life because it's keeping you alive.
Yeah.
And you're into what's called the emergency electrical configuration. But it'll also generate the hydraulics as well if you need it. There's obviously you've got that sort of thing going on. You've got a lot of checklists to run through. But it's a good bit of kit. It works well, and it'll automatically drop, or you can drop it. And it takes 9 seconds because when you have the hydraulic things in the sim, always brief it. Do this DODAR, this failure management model, and I always brief what happens if we lose another one. Say we lost the green. I say, all right, well, if we lose the blue or the yellow, if it's fluid loss, it's a full dual hydraulic, and we'll have to do the checklist. But if it's a pump failure, I want you to look at the screen. If it says pump, blue pump, you flip up and hit the rat button. Check with me first because it's guarded switch. Hit the rat drops. 9 seconds later, it all goes back to normal. And if it's the yellow, just hit the yellow electric pump and it all comes back.
Right, okay.
And yeah, Laurie's right. It was the rat that saved the Gimli glider back in the day. They lost both engines, ran out of fuel. And the rat keeps you going. Rebecca's saying, I love hearing about the hydraulics. It helps me with AT pre exams. That's good.
Yes.
There's a good site on YouTube, Airbus What's It Doing Now. It's done by, I think he's an EasyJet captain, a guy called Brian Cameron.
All right.
He talks through the Airbus in detail, so anyone who's doing an Airbus type rating, it's well worth having a watch.
What's that again, Mark? What's that
Airbus What's It Doing Now, it's called.
All right, okay.
But yeah, this guy called Brian Cameron, he's a very, very knowledgeable bloke and explains it very clearly as well.
Hey, Ruben, yes, they will keep... they'll use 2-3 right now until 8 p.m. local time here. That is until the end of this month. And then the airfield moves over to spring-summer operations. So yeah, all that coming into play by the end of this month, coming into April, which is the standard switchover month for here at Manchester. Don't feel like spring just yet, but...
Yeah, minimum rat speed 140 knots on our Airbuses.
You ever landed into Leeds, Mark?
No, I haven't. I've managed to dodge it.
Leeds looks spicy sometimes, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's. I'm glad I've avoided it.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. Just WTTN saying, hearing about the inside of the Airbus when I begin my take rate, and that's handy. Yeah, Airbus, what's it doing now? Get on there. There used to be a really good website called Hearsts.org, and he had rewritten the FCOM, the Airbus operating manual, into English instead of lawyer speak. But he's had to take it down. You can order a book. If you go on Hearsts.org, you can get all his notes on a book. And they are worth their weight in gold. He's done non-normal notes. He's gone through all the failures he can find and written notes up on them. He's done, how all the systems work. He's got a numbers page which has all your things you need to know: oil quantities, crosswind limits, autoland limits, all this sort of stuff. And it's fabulous stuff. It really is. It's got so many people through sims and type ratings and stuff like that. Command courses.
Yeah, just that bit of. Bit of added advice. Huh?
There you go. Susie's asking, did I fly into Donny when it was open? Well, there's a bit of a story to this. On my second ever line training flight on the good old 757, we did a 4-sector day out of Gatwick, went to Dublin, then went to Doncaster, and went back to Dublin, went back to Gatwick. It was with the chief pilot, John Mahon, was the line trainer at the time. And Donny, it was a procedural approach. I don't think the radar was working. It had only just opened as an international airport, and we flew the approach. You had to come in overhead the beacon, over the FN, the Fox November Yankee, the Finley NDB, and go outbound and turn and come back in and do this approach to land. And that was donkeys years ago. Now that's probably 21 years ago, I think. And I remember we landed, we could hear someone who was at Gamston Airport was kicking off about this 75 that flew low overhead the airport. And I turned around to John, I said, well, I flew the procedure. He said, oh, don't worry about it. He said, he's just bleating, because they weren't used to having an international airport open near flew the procedure correctly at the right height. But it just took them a bit of time to get used to it. Mm-hmm. The name of the website, it was Hearsts.org, HURST. S.org, done by John Hurst. But yeah, it's well worth getting that book.
Books air today, the Dash 8 in a bit of a special. It's in the stand, speak, rise up livery today.
It's nice to see Dash 8's back again, isn't it?
Absolutely lovely. Do with a few more, that'd be nice. We break away from this special for a brief second as we capture the Brussels 319, returning back to base.
Oh, Vicky's here. Hi, Vicky.
Hey, Vicky.
I'm not convinced with that spotty colour scheme.
No, neither am I, mate.
It looks like it's been in a lot of different hangars with a lot of different planes and it needs some penicillin.
Oh, here's a question from Mav. Mav just jumped in there. How you doing, Mav? Hope you're okay, mate.
Hi, Mav.
Mav over on Twitch. And he says, why do some crews apply reverse thrust as soon as the main gear is down the ground, where others wait until the nose gear is down? Not an odd question at all. I've noticed that as well once or twice.
Okay, I haven't. When you land, you come in, say, on the Airbus, the radio altimeter starts calling out 50, 40, 30. So just inside 30, close the thrust levers, little bit of a flare. When the main wheels touch, you want to pull the reversers up. Now, the sequence valves, you need one wheel on the ground going more than 72 knots and one engine at idle and the reversers up for it to go, and then the spoilers will come up as well. It might be that certain aircraft have an interlock that stop the reversers from opening until the nose wheel's on the ground. I don't know of any, but that might be a reason. The other one might be is that just maybe the guys have just sort of forgot to pull the reversers.
Right, okay.
But yeah, you want to get them open as quick as possible, because the longer you delay, the longer your landing volt's going to be. And if you're on, you're going in Isle of Man, you want to get them reversers out and open, working as quick as possible.
Handy, get out the wind.
Yeah, I mean,
Strong gust. Change the title. Strong gust.
I've had it a few times where you know, you've come in on a really difficult approach or whatever, and you've just forgotten to pull the reversers up. I've had FOs do it, you know, because that's when you land. You call, you know, right, you know, spoilers, reverse green, you know, decel, and spoilers, no reverse. Oh, yeah, click, wallop, reverse green decel. You know.
Yeah.
That's why you check and you make the calls. It's there as a backup in case they've forgotten to pull the reversers.
Huh.
Oh, hello, Liam. Any more tips and advice at PPL ground school and flying? Just get your exams done, mate.
Get them done, mate. Are you okay, Liam?
Can you manually operate the gear if you lose hydraulics? Yes. Yeah, you've got manual gear release. On the Airbus, you've got a crank handle at the back of the centre console, and you lift it up and you turn it 3 times and it releases the up locks and the gear gravity falls down. The 7.5, if I remember rightly, there was different ways of doing it. One of them, I remember, had a electrical switch down on just above the centre console. I think it was to the right, maybe just under the gear handle, and you flip the guarded switch and pull the switch down and it electrically releases the up locks. But the 7.6 had a similar one as well, because Lot had one where they couldn't get the gear down, and they did the manual gear release with the switch, but it didn't work, and they had to land with the gear up. And then after they landed, when the engineers came on to try and find out what happened, they found that the actual circuit breaker that controlled it was behind the first officer seat. It actually popped.
Wow.
And if they'd have pushed it back in, it would have all worked.
Wow, that's mad. There. So they've been thinking it's a proper, like, in-depth, a bit more of an in-depth tech issue, and then, like you say,
yeah.
Easy. How do you, Mixter? Good to see you, mate.
Who's asking? Mike, you see that's asking if planning on going to Jib. No. They were asking for volunteers for Funchal recently and somewhere else, and I was like, yeah.
So again, Matt, when do you expect to be on the 321? Anytime
25th.
soon?
25th of April I do me day.
Nice.
So then I'll be on the stretchy jet, as I call it.
Are you looking forward to that? Are you not bothered? Or?
It's not a 757.
Nah.
No, it's an A757, as Fezzer would say.
I miss seeing them already.
I didn't
It
realise,
seems
Tom.
so weird that not seeing them, like, at the airport, you know.
Oh no, it's sad, isn't it, mate? It is sad. Yeah.
Maybe we'd have to go to America now to see some, Mark. Other than, like, cargo from East Mids, maybe.
Yeah. There's still a few cargo ones floating around, isn't there?
I think, as far as commercial goes, I think United.
Oh, they've got loads, haven't they? Delta's still got them. I think a lot of theirs are Pratt & Whitney engines, though.
Yeah,
So.
yeah.
I didn't realise Tom was in hospital. Right, get well soon, mate.
Yeah, get well soon, Tom.
Yeah.
Best of luck, mate.
Yes, Mikey, there is a select few who do jib. You have to have special training for it. And the absolute scenes at the airport. Scenes,
man.
Scenes.
Absolute scenes. Go fair, 3 minutes out. Cheers, Suze.
Still saying, I think the things that go wrong with the aircraft's a lot less than driving a car. Yeah, I mean, I had a very nervous passenger. I got on the plane yesterday, and the passenger getting off, she was very nervous. And we had a chat and calmed her down. I said, you know, the most dangerous part of your day is driving at the airport. And I showed her the link to the Airlines Live Fear of Flying videos we've done.
Yes.
I didn't realise that the first one's hit 2 million views.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, so I showed her that, so now it's 2,000,001 because she watched it. She was like, oh, that's brilliant. That's exactly what I need.
Yeah.
So
If you do have a fear of flying, there is one or two videos featuring this chap. You can hear the voice of. He's done one or two videos to ease your fears of flying. They are on the Pilot Explains videos. Pretty in depth.
Next top 2 billion views.
Yeah.
$4 million. Hi, Bears.
And you enjoy doing that, don't you, Matt? You enjoy doing those videos.
Oh, I
and
love
just
it,
explaining
mate.
to
Yeah,
people and.
Because it's a big thing, you know, we get a lot of people coming up, you know, fear of flying, and get them in the flight deck and sit them down, calm them down, give them some cakes and some sweets.
Yeah.
You know, and there's no need to be scared. I know it, you know, it's not a natural thing sitting in a pressurised metal tube 6 miles in the sky going at 500 mile an hour, but it's actually so safe.
It is, yeah.
It's got to be.
It is. When you consider how many aircraft are flying every day, and wow. Ryanair about to touch down, max 8.
I can't call because I don't know the facts, mate. Yeah, I don't know, mate. When the report's out, we'll know more.
Hey, and thanks you so much to you, Nigel, for dropping a gifted membership in the chat as well. Thanks so much, Nigel. Hope you're okay, mate. Have a great day today.
Top man.
Thanks a lot, Paul.
Come on, Bevs. Come fly on a flight with me, mate.
Come on, Bevs.
Come on, Bevs.
Come on, Bevs.
Come on, Bevs. Come on one of my flights.
You'd love a go on this, wouldn't you, Mark? You'd love a go with a 380. You wouldn't mind
I wouldn't
quick
mind a go. Yeah, I'd like to have a go on the sim. I'd like to have a play with all the gadgets. 350 as well. Like I said before, there was rumours of Airbus upgrading the 320 flight deck to the 350 one, but
wow, yeah.
I have been told that apparently because they're selling so many of them, they've no need to spend money doing a new flight deck while they're still, they can't cope with the demand of the thing.
Yeah.
Our airline, apparently, we're getting some that are made, I think, in China. They've got a factory out there now. They just can't cope with the demand. There's so many people want them, so it's a shame because there's a few things on the 350 I would like.
He's not, He's not in hospital.
He's there.
He's not.
What's he doing there?
He's not in hospital.
He looks well.
He looks well to consider it. Are you okay, Tom and Ann? Great to see you guys. He's not.
He's not. He's not. He's there.
He's there. Fibbing. Ryanair 737 climbs out of Manchester, outbound to Oslo. That's on the return leg. And the next arriving aircraft is going to be an Aer Lingus regional aircraft operated by Emerald Airlines UK, of course. Aircraft coming in from Belfast. That's flight 3610. It's got a visual now there. And following this aircraft, we do have the Gulf, as Sue's mentioned, just getting fully established now with runway 23 right for arrival. Following the Gulf Air Dreamliner, we have the Egypt Air 321 Neo Foxtrot Whiskey, and that aircraft, of course, coming in from Cairo. A couple of aircraft just taking an orbit over the Dane hold, and the Turkish 321 from Istanbul is just about to exit that hold. We also have a Ryanair 737 Max 8200 from Murcia, and also a Barcelona inbound A320 Neo from EasyJet.
Hello, I'm back. Sorry, I just had to go and see Tom and Anne.
Yeah, of course, mate.
He's having an op on Tuesday. Just been for his pre-op.
All the best, Tom.
And they've given you a little present for you down here, mate.
Ah, nice. Thank you so much, guys. Are you okay, Tom, mate?
Yeah, they're off to the CAF now.
Can't fault them.
Can't blame him for that CAF, can you?
Nah. So here's the Belfast inbound. Bit of prop action.
Oh, yeah, Terry's asking if I ever fancy training for helicopters. No. I've been up in a couple. But, it looks like hard work, to be honest.
It does actually look hard work flying an heli, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Compared to an actual plane. ATR getting blown about a bit.
Yeah, I'm just going to have a look at the wind and see what it's doing.
And this aircraft, of course, will have to go all the way down at this slow taxi pace.
280 at 19 at the moment.
Yeah, it might get up to 30 knots, Mark.
Yeah, it's forecast tempo from midday until 6 tonight. 280, 15, gusting 28 knots. So it's like 31, 32 mile an hour. Because it's 280, it's coming over the terminal, so on your short final, it's going to be a bit lumpy.
And here's the one of the beautiful 330 Neos of Virgin Atlantic. This aircraft has the name allotted to it, Queen of the Skies. Golf Victor Echo India India, and that aircraft's on its way to Atlanta as flight Victor Sierra 109. And as I say, we have the Gulf Dreamliner now on a few mile final now.
No,
Big fan of these, Mark. Big fan of these.
Yeah, they're lovely, aren't they? They are nice. Jill was asking, do I ever fly props? I used to be a flying instructor. That was the only props I ever flew. I never flew turboprops. I went my first commercial job. I got a sponsorship with Australis and P. Prune to fly the 757. That was my first jet job. And then flew the 73 for a couple of years.
What's the Virgin doing there, Mark?
I don't know, I can't see, mate.
Pre-flight.
Oh, is it flight control check, is it?
What's it doing there, the aircraft?
I can't see because there's a biz jet, a big
it's
sign.
just like flexing the hydraulics on the wings and the tail and tiller and stuff.
You want to check your flight controls, so you check your elevator goes up and down, your ailerons are going in the right direction, and your rudder, if you check the rudder as well. And then once you've done yours, whoever's flying it will check the flight controls and the rudder, and then the pilot monitoring, who's not actually flying the aircraft, will check his flight controls but not the rudder because you've already done it. And then you'll you look at the system page and it makes sure they're all moving in the right direction at the right.
Right, okay. And it's essential, like you say, that both seats test those hydraulics out.
Yeah, because they had an incident years ago. I think it was a Lufthansa, and they cross-controlled, or somehow got the captain's flight controls the wrong way round.
Wow.
And the first officers was all right. When they got airborne, it started to go in the wrong direction.
That sounds absolutely wild.
I know, it's mental, isn't it? And then procedures came in place from that. They had one out of Lisbon, I think it was, a few years back. It was one of the Embraer planes, and the whole control, everything had been mixed up with the control columns all being in the wrong direction.
Wow.
And they ended up landing at Bajor Air Force Base.
Wow,
but
okay.
They were looking at ditching the aircraft at one point. If you go on the Aviation Herald and put in, Bajor Air Force Base, you'll see the report for it. It was some Eastern European airline, I can't remember who it was, but the aircraft had been in for a heavy check, big maintenance check.
Yeah.
And there was.
Mate, that sounds absolutely wild.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
Like, how's that aircraft been passed? And I don't get that.
I don't get
weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Gulf Air just arriving. Does arrive a little bit later in the morning on a Friday. It's part of the schedule. And just lining up now, we have a Ryanair for Billund. Then we should get the Pegasus out of here for Istanbul. 321 Neo Foxtrot Kilo, brand new in November, the Pegasus, and then the beautiful Neo of Virgin Atlantic. Should be out of here to Atlanta. Ryanair has already rotated.
Now, Paul's asking about rudder use, line correction on landing. Yeah, you generally, unlike aircraft, you would probably use when you start a turn, you use lead in with a little bit of rudder just to help, make the turn balanced. On the jets, you don't touch the rudder. You'll use it to keep you straight on the centre line. You'll use it if you have an engine failure. You need a big boot of rudder to keep the aircraft straight. And then on crosswinds, today you're coming in, you're pointing to the right because the wind's from the right, and then as you flare, you would squeeze the left rudder to straighten the aircraft with the centre line, and I always put a little bit of wing down towards the right to stop it getting blown off the centre line, and then just use it to keep the aircraft straight. But yeah, you generally don't touch the thing in flight, especially in the cruise.
Yeah, that could be dodgy, that, couldn't it?
Yeah. Simon's asking, how does it feel when the steering snatches from you like you do on that prop? Well, on the Airbus, you haven't got any feel. You've got the side stick with a Boeing. You have actually got a control column. The wind will blow the aircraft. It won't blow the stick. It's not like if you hit a pothole and your steering wheel goes. That it doesn't work like that. But the aircraft will swing. I had it on a storm. It was the one Arik filmed. I think it was Agnes.
Right,
we were coming
of course,
in.
yeah.
The Eurowings had done 2 go-arounds and went back to Dusseldorf and went, "I stuff this, I'm off."
Yeah,
and thank God we got in. And there was a squall in there, and we were getting rocked about pretty badly. And with the Airbus, say you're coming in land, you've got 2.5, 3 degrees nose up, wings level. The flight computers go, right, he wants 2.5 degrees wings level. If you hit a gust and the wing drops, the computers goes, well, that's not what he wanted, we'll put it back to where he wanted it.
We'll adjust, auto-adjust it.
But the problem is it takes a little bit of time to do it, and because you've had a wing drop, you've now come off where you want to be, so you have to put an input in. It's quite easy to get out of sync. Pilot-induced oscillations, it's known as. So, yeah, you just end up stirring porridge and fighting it, but it's... you're just trying to keep the aircraft level in the right place, landing it at the right point, at the right speed, wings level, keeping it straight.
Yeah.
Oh, look who we've got out there.
Oh, yeah?
We've got the third one of the flight deck floozies.
Yeah, here you go.
Mikey's here. Bald head and a great big beard. It looks like he's put his head on upside down. Marty's asking, do you want a cuppa, Matt?
Do I want a cuppa? Yeah, go on. Go on then. One more. Cheers, Mikey.
Tiger's Eyes, what's notified the pilot's tail strike when the distance of front and rear is so great? With the Airbus, it will call pitch on landing. If you pitch up too violently, or if you are at risk of hitting the tail, if the nose is too high, or it also works off rate of change of pitch. So if you sort of snatch the controls, say you have a bit of sink and you quickly pull to try and soften the blow, it'll shout pitch, pitch. It'll tell you on takeoff, again, you just have to be careful. A slow rotation, 3 degrees a second, is what's required. Once you pull back on the stick, when you see the nose start to move, you hold it. That's about the right speed. The old 777s have like a little skid on the tail. They've now replaced that with software. Other aircraft have different ways of doing it, but yeah, you do get tail strikes, especially on long aircraft. It does happen. The Aviation Herald's full of them. It's generally, it's not going to damage the air. It's not going to, the plane's not going to crash, but it's going to be grounded for a while they do all the inspections too. It's a pain in the backside. Doug's asking, do the flaps come up automatically when the wheels touch the ground? No, you move them with a lever. In flight on the ground, you always do it. The only exceptions are most aircraft will have an automatic flap retract system at a certain speed. The Airbus has it. You take off in what's called config 1+F. So you've got the slats out on the front of the wing, the flaps out the back. If you get to 210 knots, the flaps on the back will automatically retract so you don't overspeed them. I'm not a fan of it because they will overspeed at 215. If it's a bit blustery, then you can overspeed it. The 75 had a similar system. I can't remember. It was years ago when I flew it.
Feral thump down there from the Turkish.
Was it? Okay. The other one that's worth considering as well is on the 747. I seem to remember when it lands and reverse is selected, the inbound slats retract so they don't get damaged by any muck thrown up from the reversers. But yeah, other than that, yeah, you move them.
Same for landing as well, Mark. You adjust the flap setting as well, don't you, for touchdown and stuff?
Yeah, I mean, you can use... Well, as long as everything's working, you use flaps 3 or flaps full on the Airbus.
Oh, Mark, look, Mark, look.
What?
Naughty.
What are you looking at?
Turkish.
Oh, yeah, he's come off the wrong point.
Naughty.
Oh, dear.
Naughty, that.
Actually, you might... When you see the spoilers on the wings are up, when they go down, that's the trigger for the pilot monitoring to retract the flaps. So when the spoilers go down top of the wings, you'll see the flaps going. Yeah, Air Astana, Mary's saying, yeah, Mental Pilot did a thing about it. That was the one with the the cross controls
Anyway,
out of Lisbon.
we won't snitch on the Turkish.
No, we won't tell them.
Anyway, we've got the beautiful Virgin Neo heading out to Atlanta. Enjoy this, everyone. Shh, we didn't see anything. We didn't see a thing. Shh. Beautiful airplane.
Lovely, isn't it? Lovely. Yeah, the flaps are going up on that Turkish. No, that's good. Yeah, Tim's saying that I said at the Tasfeld refusing boarding. I'm only joking, Tim, but if you keep closing the motorway and I'm trying to get home, mate, I'll tip security off. Yeah, I'll tell them to give you a strip search or something like that.
Yeah.
ALATC Towers just
that.
given the Turkish pilot a right
I can
telling
only
off.
imagine, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh dear.
We didn't grass, I promise.
We didn't grass.
Don't snitch here.
Yeah. Snitches get stitches.
Absolutely. Ryanair touching down with a plum there. That's one of the best landings we've seen up to yet. Real great control. What's your view on Ryanair, Mark? They get a lot of grief, you know, still.
They do, mate. Yeah, I've never flown on them, so I couldn't possibly.
But they just, mate, when you consider how many flights Ryanair do a day, it's just, and people still give them grief, like,
yeah,
dodgy landings, but the landings are just the same as everyone else.
There's quite a few videos on the YouTube. I mean, I saw one at Tenerife. I'm sure they broke.
They're
the
coming
plane.
for some ridicule, don't they, Mark?
Yeah,
unfair.
Yeah, it's unfair. Terry's asking, is the rudder disabled in flight? No, it's not, mate. It's not. I did have a FO push the rudder pedal once at a fair old height. I've sort of pulled the system page up. I thought the plane was doing something weird, and they're like, "What's up?" I'm like, oh, the rudder's just moved me. And they went, "Oh, that might have been me." I'm like, "Oh, not at this height." Trevor's asking, flying an Airbus pretty much the same as an Airbus. It is, yeah. That was the idea of it years ago when they came out with the 320. That it was the flight deck was the same on the 318, 319, 320, 321, and then the 330, 340. The flight decks are almost identical, and now obviously the technology's moved on because this flight deck's from the 80s, really. The 380 and the 350 has all the new gadgets, but essentially it's the same. It's the same side stick, the same. It all operates the same, so you can convert between with minimal training.
Yeah. The Logan Air Embraer is just holding short at Juliet there. It is waiting to enter the active runway. Maybe we're waiting for a bit of direction. And other than that, on the ground, we have the Austrian waiting to push back. The Logan Air, incidentally, is waiting to be on the Aberdeen outbound Juliet Kilo. Ryanair, Max 8200, Mike Zulu pushing back for Berlin. Excuse me. And the next inbound is going to be the EasyJet from Barcelona. It's the Neo Hotel Sierra. There is one or two. There's a lot of aircraft in the just doing a bit of an orbit over the Dane hold at the minute. Couple of Jet 2s, got a Lufthansa embedded in that, Ryanair, Pegasus. So one or two aircraft just being stacked there. What's the purpose of that there, Matt? Why are they stacking them over Dane there?
Sorry, Matt, I was just talking to Mikey. He's what you were covering. The hold over Dane, you've got holds around airports. So when the airport gets busy, you can stack the aircraft up at spaces of 1,000 feet at a time. And it buys you a bit of time, so they can just sit there and circle, as long as they've got the fuel, while you feed one off of this hold, one off of this hold, one of this hold. Everyone drops down 1,000 feet.
Yep.
Get this one in, that one in, that one in, that one in. Everyone drops 1,000 feet. And,
yep.
I mean, when airports go into low visibility procedures, everything slows down. It flashes up on the radar screens, and everything slows down. And I've seen you've had it at Heathrow before, where it's been really bad. Everyone's holding at Bovingdon, Ockham, Biggin Hill, Lambourne.
Yes. Yeah.
They're all circling. And then it can be stacking over Europe.
Yeah.
I've just got someone talking to. But yeah, it's just to keep buying a bit of time and keep them all circling while they get the planes landed. Once they're in, once it goes quiet, then the hold's empty.
Yeah, there's a lot of aircraft in that stack there at the minute, and we've just had a quick runway inspection. I think it's a scheduled inspection, this, by the looks of it, the ground ops vehicle going all the way down 23 right, so a bit of a in-depth inspection there. They'll inspect the runway every couple of hours, won't they, Mark? Big Mark's otherwise engaged at the minute. No worries, Laurie. Okay, love. And the Embraer now. Just on the departure roll.
Right, Matthew, I've got a young lady here.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently she's asking, she sent you a message on Facebook last week about, did you see the programme on Greggs and the history of it all?
Right, okay.
Have you seen that?
I haven't yet.
No?
No, I did say I
it's
would
one to watch,
it, though.
mate. Yeah, it's
Right.
one to watch. It sounds good.
Okay, we'll have some of that. Thank you very much. Embraer outbound to Aberdeen. Yeah, I was just saying there, Matt, they just had a bit of a quick runway inspection. They will inspect this runway surface every, what, couple of hours maybe? You there, Mark? No problem, Abigail. No problem at all. Oh, right, okay. No, I get you, Abigail.
Hello, buddy. I'm back. Sorry. Yeah, lovely young lady came in. She said she was talking about this Greggs. It sounded quite a good programme. I'm going to go and watch it.
We'll have to watch some of that.
Did see Richard's asking, do right-handers fair training line and left seat needing to use left-handed seat? Yeah, when you swap seats, you become a captain. It's hard work because you're used to flying with your right hand and power, thrust levers with your left hand, and suddenly it's all reversed. So it depends on how long you've been in the right-hand seat, but it can take you. Took me months to get used to it.
Right, okay, yeah.
It does. Everything doesn't feel right. Everything doesn't look right. The picture out the window doesn't look right. It's quite tricky. Some people adapt to it better, but yeah.
Ryanair on the departure roll. Just gets a slight bit more blustery at the airfield. Ledge. Wow, get in there. Where's the creamer? Magic, thank you so much. Pedro and Amy. Got strawberries here. Are we at Wimbledon here or what?
Oh, you thank Pedro and Amy for that.
Are we at Wimbledon?
I don't know. They're looking after you, aren't they?
I tell you what, mate, every Friday. Legends. Absolute legends.
I did wonder if they were going to be here.
So, yeah, the Loganair there, Mark, was waiting. The Loganair was just holding short of Juliet there because there was a bit of a runway inspection taking place.
Oh, okay.
So that should occur every couple of hours, shouldn't it? Every couple
Yeah,
of hours,
they do.
maybe,
They do it from time to
report.
time. They do it from time to time if you report. If you think you've hit a bird, if you see something on the runway, then they'll do a runway inspection, make sure it's all tickety-boo.
Yep.
Question here, do I prefer to run the packs or keep them off for takeoff? The Airbus procedure is to turn the packs off.
Right, okay.
Because it gives you more engine power. Having the packs on, they use bleed air off the engines and it sucks a bit of the engine power. So with the Airbus, with the way the ECAM system works, if you haven't got the packs on after takeoff, it will tell you.
Right, right, okay.
So
yeah.
they are certified to take off with the packs off. With the Boeing 737, when we had to go out somewhere like Rome, Ciampino, where in one direction it was performance limited, you had to have the APU on and the bleed on, the packs on.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So you would have the APU bleed supplying the packs. It wasn't sucking the air off the engines. Normal takeoff on the 737 was always packs on.
Packs on, yeah.
Because the indicating system wasn't good enough to have it packs off, I was told anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Because you just get a light come on, a horn, which is the same as a takeoff config horn, and we all saw what happened when that went off on the Helios flight.
Yes.
You can, if you're going somewhere really hot. I mean, I remember doing it in Palma years ago. It was absolutely sweltering. Rather than take off with the packs on, we kept the APU on and the bleed on, and we kept the packs on for takeoff because it was just too hot to, you're sitting there in the queue waiting to take off or whatever. We just kept the packs on until we're airborne and then switch it all off. You can do that if you need to.
Yeah, okay. Hey, and just thanks to you guys, Tom and Anne, here in the frequenting the making the most of the Concord Cafe this morning. Hope you guys are both okay, and thank you so much for your generosity in the form of the gifted membership back to the community. Thanks a lot. Can see the next aircraft inbound, which is the Jet 2373. This aircraft did take 2 orbits over Dane, and it's the inbound from Nice 73 Delta Alpha.
Bez is asking, didn't the packs off SOP recently change and carried packs on? I do remember reading something about it, but our procedures haven't changed for it yet.
Changed to encourage packs. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
How you doing, Rose? Great to see you. How you doing, Bob? Great to see you, mate. Hi, David.
Hello.
David just receiving that gifty from Tom and Anne. Enjoy that, David, mate. Russell's a big fan of Munich. Are you? What's Munich like, Mark?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Yeah, all the German airports are generally pretty good. It's nice and slick, and you're in, you're out, no problems.
Yep.
But I did
good ground ops, good.
Yeah,
look after
it's all good. Yeah.
Matthew Hilliard there. Fancy explaining the flex takeoff, Mark?
Right.
How does that work?
It's Boeing call it assumed temperature. Airbus calls it flexible temperature. What you want to do is you don't really want to use full power unless you have to. You don't want to rag the engines because they're expensive. So what we do is we use our performance calculations and we work out a power setting where we don't use full power. And you enter it in the FMGC on the Airbus in a temperature, a flexible temperature, so it sort of lies to it. Say you put a temperature 56 degrees and it reduces the engine power. On the 757 next to the upper ICAS screen, the top middle screen to the right, there was a TMCP thrust mode control panel with a knob on it, and you'd work out the temperature that you were going to use, and you'd turn the knob and it would appear on the screen, and you'd set, and it would reduce the power. On the 737, you put it in the FMC, you work it out and put it in there, and it just reduces the engine power so you don't rag the engines.
Yeah.
Can use more fuel. It can use more fuel, but it reduces engine wear. And as you see with the 73s of Jet 2, they own their own engines.
Yeah,
they don't lease them.
Yeah, you have to explain that to people.
Yeah,
why does the 73 take so long to roll out?
They use a big D rate on the engines to make them last longer.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm off to Keflavik today, Bevs.
What are you on today, Mark? Neo or
I'm on a Neo again, yeah. Neo's all week.
Nice. And what's in your schedule after Reykjavik? Are you off for a couple of days?
I'm on call tomorrow.
Okay.
And I'm coming in. I don't know if I'll get away with it. I'm actually going to come in the airport, and there's one of the first officers is coming up for their command. So we're going to sit and do some command preparation in the airport and go through scenarios, and they've got a command preparation interview coming up, so we're going to go through some scenarios there and have a chat.
How does the on-call work, Mark? Do you have to wait around?
Yeah, you've got to be within 90 minutes of the airport, whereas the first officer is actually on what's called airport duty, so they're actually on standby at the airport, ready to go, get the phone call. You've got 15 minutes to get the aircraft. But I'm going to come in so we can do the command prep. Plus, I don't want to be sitting in a cold flat. So, and then see what happens from there. Then I'm off for a few days and I'm back in next week. Oh, thank you, Elizabeth. She thinks I'm funny. Good, thank you.
Of course he is.
I'm glad someone does. My wife always tells me I'm not. But she's had 21 years of it, so...
It's not if you're in a sofa shop and Mark's outside with a Bluetooth on. It's not funny then.
Don't get me started with that. That turned into a right nightmare. Do you remember when Martin had his disaster with the sofa?
Yes.
Ours was similar.
Really?
Yeah, the guys turned up, done a walkthrough, been to the sofa shop, did a video walkthrough, did measurements. Yeah, the lads will get it in, no problem. They turned up, said, we can't get your settees in without destroying it. You'll have to sign it. Well, he actually said that, And then I found a glazer who'd take me front window out for 200 quid. And then the firm turned around and said, oh, no, they won't put it on the decking, so you'll have to get it out there yourself. So in the end, I ended up refusing delivery. I had to pay another 90 quid to get it back. The guys it's 800 quid chair in a box, and they were rolling it up my driveway. Just leave it there.
Yeah, leave it alone. I'll sort it.
And me and my 69-year-old Labour got it all in 30 minutes.
Me.
So I'm waiting for the blood pressure to go down before I email their chief executive. I'm trying to get a video of these Muppets rolling this 800 quid chair up the driveway, and I'm going to let my feelings known. Ooh, wibbly there.
Tasty. Put the aircraft down nice and safe.
Yeah, so I mean on Friday the 4th I've got to go Geneva and Paris. That's a horrible day out. I'm then off to Fuerteventura on the next day, and then I'm off to Hurghada on the next day.
Paris on your second sector.
Yeah, honestly.
Look at that bit.
I mean, last week, you know, me day in Tenerife, I did Paris on the first day. Obviously, you had me night in Tenerife, and then on my last day it was Amsterdam. And I was saying to the FOs, I was saying, you know, what a difference those two airports are.
Yeah.
Whereas Amsterdam,
in comparison,
it's so easy, it's so slick. You get in. You know, it's a long taxi. You get in, you get out again. It's just easy. You know, there's the charts are easy, the approaches are easy. Whereas Paris, you know, you are now a 7 whiskey arrival and 5 alpha, and there's all these different arrivals. You need like 14 plates just to get within sort of 50 miles of the airport, and then there's all these different ground charts. Oh, stop middle 4, call this frequency, call apron, call this. Oh mate, it's a nightmare.
Yeah. Man, fire a couple of the Oshkosh units. Just crossing over to the second runway station now.
Tina's asking, do I crack jokes with the passengers? Only if they come in the flight deck. I don't do it on the PA. No, I don't use that. Paul's asking, is it possible to hit the engine cowl on a Neo? Yes, it is. Because I had a look at it in the sim. I can't remember the angle you need. I think it's about 8 degrees? I can't remember. I know with the 747 you haven't got to have a lot of bank on before you start digging engine pods in.
Oh, right,
especially on the 800 because the engines are bigger. There is a few videos of people sort of striking the engine cowl and, you know, generally it just sort of bounces off and back up again, and that's it. Christopher's asking what the cost to become a pilot. Well, if you can get a sponsored scheme off of BA or TUI or whoever's running them, then, you know, they pay for the training. If you're paying for yourself, I've seen anywhere between 100 and 160,000.
Would you say it's easier to apply to become a pilot nowadays, Mark? I know the costs have increased significantly, but would you say the actual procedure to become a pilot's easier nowadays, or would you say it's more?
I don't know, mate. Be honest, I don't know. I mean, it's in the old days, you do your private licence, you build your hours up, you do your night rating, you do your IMC rating, you get 100 hours, you do your commercial written exams, and you do it all in bits. And then most people would become instructors for a few years, and then you'd go to the turboprop airlines like FlyB, and you get a few hours commercial, and then you go on the jets. That's the way it always used to be.
Yeah, like Fez said, 30k for just your type rating and stuff.
Yeah,
like that as well,
it's ridiculous. Now you can do it in sort of, well, it's supposed to be a year, maybe 18 months. You know, you pay them a vast sum of money. You walk out with 200 hours and a rating on a jet. So that way it's a lot easier.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's better or not.
Just while you're thinking, a huge thank you to you, Nigel. Thank you, mate. Thank you so much, pal, for the one gifted membership back to the community. Awesome support, Nigel. Thank you so much, mate. Great to see you, pal.
Paul is asking, do new flight attendants get right in the cockpit? Yes, they do. When they do their sort of supernumerary flights, where they're just there as an, you know, just there watching how it's all done. Once they've done their training, they get a flight deck ride.
Hey, and Russell just asking, can you explain the conspiracy of, like, contrails and stuff?
Oh, right. Is that because I've just seen this message? Can you answer my last question? I'm just looking for it now.
That was a question from Russell.
Oh, yeah. Right. It depends. It depends on the weather conditions of the day. Oh, yeah. Honestly, I tell you what. Go on Facebook. There's a really good guy called Chemtrail Debunker.
Yeah.
And he puts all the facts up. It depends on the weather on the day. There's a chart called the Mintra point, minimum trail point. And it's to do with humidity in the atmosphere. You've got really hot air going in, the air going in the engines. It's really hot in the burners. There's loads of moisture in there, and it comes out. When you cool air down, it can't hold as much water. So this air is coming out the engines full of water. When you cool it down, the air contracts, the water comes out, and that's how you get clouds. It's exactly the same with that. The hot air, full of water, comes out the back of the engine, hits the cold air, minus 60, minus 70, whatever it is, minus 50. It contracts and it makes these little puffy clouds that comes out the back. If the air itself isn't that moist, you won't see them. Like today, the 380 went over my flat, I never saw it. Yesterday, the trails are fantastic. You can see, they were really big, impressive trails. Yeah. So, this, I've had discussions with these people before. Oh, it's mind control, all this. I'm like, mate.
Yeah.
All those engineers who work on planes, and none of them have found these huge, great big tanks full of mind control liquid on the belly of the plane. No one's ever seen it.
Yeah.
Every time I've walked around the plane, I've never seen these jets that squirt this mind control.
Have you looked properly?
Yeah, like I said, we had the engineering day where all the engines were open. You could see in them. Your weight and balance of the aircraft. Where are you going to fit tanks? How are you going to take into account? You've got 10 tons of mind control juice somewhere hidden on an aircraft where you're looking around it. I had the same conversation last year when I went down to London. A mate of mine at the skate park. Oh, this lad, have a word with him. He said, oh yeah, he's a flat earther. He said, yeah, the Earth's flat. And my mate said, well, have you ever seen the curve? I said, yeah, 42,000 feet and 757, I could see the curve. I've got mates who fly jet fighters, Phantoms or whatever, up to 60,000 feet. You see it quite clearly. This bloke just went, no, you haven't, the Earth's flat. I'm like, all right, mate, whatever. Okay, fine,
Crack on.
All right, yeah. I'm not going to sit here and row with you. I've got better things to do in my time. But yeah, this chemtrail debunker's quite good. He comes out under a lot of stick, but he's got some really good pictures and graphs and charts and explanations on his page about how these contrails form and why you get them on some days and you don't on others. But yeah, I know for certain that our jets haven't got any mind control juice on board. There's some good pictures doing the rounds where someone's made chemtrail stickers and stuck them on the flight deck next to, and if you have a look, it's the seatbelt sign, because next to it's the no smoking sign, and there's all the, some of them, there's, I've seen it, like the engine anti-ice switches, mind control, and
switch on mind control.
Yeah, just made a sticker up, it's so good.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Rob's asking, do passengers pay extra on mind control liquid? I'll tell you what, if we did have mind control liquid on board, it would stop the disruptive passengers. That would be good. Dear man.
Ryanair getting having to make a few adjustments on the final 100 feet.
He's having a bit of a wibble there, isn't he?
But he's going to get the aircraft down lovely, I think. Well, it looks perfect. Like you say, might just be a bit of a breeze reflecting off this terminal here, like you say, maybe just play its part, that terminal, won't it, today, Mark?
It will be playing its part. It's not going to be fun. I'm hoping it's calming down by the time I get back later.
Yeah. Fingers crossed, mate.
Paul is saying at least Amy could revive the passengers. I could just chat with them. I think Amy'd just swear at them, wouldn't she? She's like,
Paul, you'd be busy in flight deck chatting the pilots up for a fact.
She would be, wouldn't she?
Yeah, that's
yeah, she'd be straight in the flight deck.
That goes without saying.
Oh, yeah, Amy's dealing with it, it's fine. I'll just sit here for a bit. Okay, so yeah, pull the jump seat out. There you go. Cole's asking, what's Tropo and why do you need to type it in Airbus, not Boeing? It's the tropopause. It's the, we call it the lid on the weather. Airbus FMGC, you can enter it. It doesn't really seem to do a lot, but you do enter it. It must do something. But the Boeing's never needed it in. I've no idea why. It's a completely different FMGC system. So I don't know. I'm just having a look now. Actually, see if I can give you a little bit more information. Vertical flight planning, tropopause altitude, tropo. Right. Okay. Tropo. Default tropopause altitude is 36,090 feet. The flight crew can use this field to modify it, 60,000 foot maximum. Okay. Oh, the newer ones have got 99,990 foot maximum. I don't think I've ever seen the tropo that way.
Hey, and thank you, Paul, for the £5 super chat. All good here, Paul. Thank you so much. Hope you're okay, Paul. First super chat there. Thank you so much, Paul. Very, very kind of you, that, mate. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, the FCOM don't say a lot about it.
Andy's got the most important question up to you.
Has he?
As a pilot, are you contractually obliged to introduce yourself to people by firstly telling them that you're a pilot or a pro pilot?
I don't tell them anything. I don't like telling people. I've told people I drive a bus, which technically I do.
Yeah.
I tell people I eat fish for a living. I used to tell people I was a penguin erector. Yeah, I used to, and they're like, "What's that?" I said, "Well, I used to work on the south.
Careful with you.
I used to work on the South Pole, and when the helicopters come into the South Pole, the wash from the rotor blades knocks all the penguins over, and they can't get up. So they're sitting there with little leg, arms flapping, and I have to go around and stand them all up. And they're all sitting there going, rah, 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 and you have to go and stand all the penguins up until the next helicopter comes in, and it's amazing. People believe you.
All them kingoos you got to stand
back up. Yeah, I don't like telling people. It's. There are people who will gladly tell you. There are people who will go to air museums in their uniform.
Yeah, with the stripes.
Yeah, and,
stripes on a normal shirt.
Yeah, I mean, I pulled in the car park today, and look, I haven't got my hoodie in the car. So, oh no, so I've had to put my big jacket on because I don't want to walk around in my uniform.
Lovely touchdown that was from the Pegasus. That was a great touchdown. Really, really was. I'm a bit abysmal on the
there you are. Fez's on the case. Good lad. The Thales FMC applies tropospheric correction to ensure more precise GNSS-based positioning. Oh, that's interesting. Didn't know that. Russell saying, so contrails mean it's warm on the ground, cold at 39,000 feet. Yeah, as you go up, the temperature drops. Anywhere between on a dry day, 2 to 3 degrees per 1,000 feet. On a wet day, it's 1.5. And as you go up, the temperature drops, and you get a point where there's the dew point. When you listen to the weather, it'll give you the temperature and the dew point. So the dew point is where the water in the air becomes visible. It comes out into a cloud. If it's, say you've got a really wet day and you've got maybe 5 or 6 knots of wind and it gets dark, the temperature drops, hits the dew point, a little bit of mixing from the little wind below sort of 8 or 9 knots, and you get a cloud on the ground, which is fog.
Yep.
And what you're getting today, as you can see, as you go up, the clouds are forming. They're up at 3,000 feet or whatever. The dew point's round about there. You can actually work it out with calculations. If you have to do it for your meteorology exams, and then as soon as you've passed it, you take your brain to the toilet and forget it all.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you go up, the temperature will drop. The other day we went to Copenhagen, and the temperature was in some areas around there was round about -70. Now the actual limit for the aircraft, the Airbus, is 70. So at 39,000 feet, so people were having to descend. There's 2 ways of doing it. You can fly fast, increases friction, drops the temperature, or you can descend to a warmer level. So that's what people are doing. But yeah, it depends on how wet the air is and the temperature and where the dew point is.
When the penguins fall over, do you get to read the jokes on the other side?
Yeah, why don't elephants eat penguins? I can't get the wrappers off. Excellent, David. Good lad. Alan's asking, you've seen passenger behaving a rising problem. Yeah, I mean, certain flights would always be interesting, to say the least. You'd always have aggro on it. But since COVID, it seems like, I don't know what's gone on. The behaviour's become a lot more feral. Like I said, we had trouble on the feeder flight yesterday. There's certain flights you're going to get bother on board.
Yeah. And say a flight's delayed, Mark, do you have to keep your eye on is a more in-depth inspection on passengers when they're getting on when they're boarding the aircraft, when you've had a flight delay maybe or something like that? Is that coming into play? Or?
Well, I mean, our policy is get the passengers on, let air traffic know you're ready, and as soon as the space becomes available in the queue, then you can go.
Yeah.
As you've seen, that certain airline based here at Manchester tends to sit over by the other departure runway and sit there and wait for this air traffic thing called a slot, wait for it to come forward. So they go and sit over there. The problem is, depends on how long the delay is, and the passengers start getting a little bit shirty because they want to go. they take it out on the cabin crew, and it's not their fault. It's not the pilot's fault.
No, it's
it's summer. Go on flight radar and have a zoom out and have a look how many planes in the sky now.
Yeah.
It's going to be more than that in the summer, so the skies are pretty full.
Yes.
It's just, the only thing that's going to happen if you start on the cabin crew, you're going to get offloaded, you're going to get arrested, and you're not going on holiday.
Absolutely.
And you're not going to fly with that airline again.
Absolutely.
Tiger's Eye's asking, there's an easy going to Hurghada. Is it short haul, long haul? It's medium haul. It's medium haul. And the way they work it out, you've got different lengths of sectors. You've got like a short sector, which would be Belfast and back. You've got a normal sector, which would be, say, Barcelona and back. And then you get a long sector, which would be, say, I don't know, Paphos and back. And then you'd get Hurghada, which pay-wise is still just a long, but in fact, really it's a medium. And then you get long haul, which is, say, Manchester to JFK, where that Neo went. That would be classed as long haul. And sometimes, where I live in the northeast, we get the Emirates 380s go over. They've been airborne 7 hours.
Yeah.
They're going to somewhere in America. Sometimes they're not even halfway at that point.
Absolutely, yeah, of course.
Actually, we tell you what we do get coming over Manchester a lot. You get these Singapore 350 ultra long range ones.
Yes.
Where they're going from somewhere, I can't remember, in America, over to Singapore in one hit. It's
doing
like
the New York, aren't they?
Yeah, it's like 16 hours or something ridiculous.
New York.
Is that what it is, is it?
Yeah. Absolutely, man.
That sounds a bit poo.
So, like you say, Hurghada, Cairo, places like that, Sham, they're like medium range, 5 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours.
I'd class that as medium. It's not much fun.
KLM Neo, lovely to see these as well. Frequenting Manchester.
Question here: do many UK airlines enforce paying for your own type rating? You're looking at hefty money. Yeah, this is the problem. Yeah, a lot of places they will want you to pay for your own type rating. I think Ryanair don't. I think they will bond you. They'll do your type rating training, but you'll have to, you're signed to work for them for 3 years until you've paid back the cost of the bond.
Yeah.
There are some places that are still doing it. So, it's worth looking around. But, yeah, I mean, type rate could be anywhere from 20 to 30,000, sometimes a bit more.
Yeah, as John mentioned, around 30k.
Yeah.
Wow. Just hope to yourself, wouldn't you? Like, after all that expense, you just hope that you still love the job after all that,
Yeah.
Still as keen after spending thousands upon thousands and, Yeah, nice windy landings, a bit blustery today, GM and looping, yeah. Just having to put 1 or 2 extra inputs in by the looks of it on the final couple of 100 feet, these airframes on the inbounds, so nothing too adverse, I wouldn't have thought, nothing they wouldn't have experienced at Manchester before.
The Andy's asking, what would you class Westray to Papa Westray? Well, someone said earlier, someone did it in 53 seconds, so that's definitely an ultra long haul one. That you'd need a relief crew and everything.
Absolutely,
on that one, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Definitely need someone in the jump seat and everything.
Without doubt, mate. Without doubt. Rob's asking how difficult it was landing at Madeira. I've only been in once. That was on a 7.5 and it was a lovely day and it was fine. But if the weather's bad, you've only got to watch the YouTube videos and you'll see for yourself.
You'll know, yeah.
It can be a right rough place.
2873 next aircraft to touchdown. Looks like it's going to get down without a real issue.
KLM colour scheme's nice on that Neo, isn't it? It's nice.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, isn't it? Tui down safely. As Mark says, the beautiful KLM taxiing past.
Christine's asking, how do you avoid blood issues, clots with being immobile? Yeah, you can get up and have a wander around the flight, don't you? Go out the toilet and that. You just have to look after yourself.
Especially like you say on flights around that like 5.5 hour mark, 4 hours.
Yeah, you can always take your mate, right, I'm going to have a stretch my legs, and there's room behind the seats where you can have a little little squat and stand up and run on the spot if you want to. Right? Yeah. David's asking, how often do I get asked if I've seen a UFO? Every time I come on the stream. And I haven't seen any UFOs. I've seen things floating around in space, satellites and that, but never seen. There's never been a flying saucer pull up me, little green men waving at me.
Mm-hmm.
Not yet, anyway. I've got 12 years left, so who knows?
Anything can happen.
Yeah, Paul is saying, and the crew feed is nice. I see.
Yeah.
Go on the Discord, look at Rate My Scran, you'll see how good our crew food is. It's provided for by the people who lost the contract for prisons. It's not suitable for murderers, but it's all right for us.
And the Scandinavian just on the taxi for the return leg to Oslo. At the minute we have a VistaJet Embraer Legacy 500 on the departure roll. It's already airborne, in fact.
Justin Sains Mark is notorious for coming out and winding up the flight attendants. Speaking from experience there, obviously.
Yeah, he knows
you know the score, yeah. You know the score, yeah.
Steep
going up well, isn't it?
climb from the VistaJet. He's out of here. Aircraft heading to Faro. We do have an inbound. As the looks there, just hold short. Got a Ryanair for Fuerteventura down there. Ryanair for Seville. Oh, is that Seville arrival? Sorry, that's a Seville arrival. So yeah, the Scandinavian to Oslo on the way out. Got an EasyJet heading to Munich. We've got a Ryanair 73 for Belfast pushed as well, ladies and gents. As well as the Austrian, which is pushed back for the return leg to Vienna, of course. 320.
Justin's on about the little fart toy. Yes, I still got it.
Yes.
Well, I don't use it much now. I'm trying to behave myself.
EasyJet Geneva inbound. Next aircraft that's going to be attempting the touchdown here.
Geneva lever.
Geneva lever.
Andy's on about, if you see a UFO, you've got to whip out the oldest VHF camcorder known to man and film it the most shaky way you can.
Yeah.
That's how the pros do. I've actually got a potato in my flight bag, so that if I see a UFO, I can stick it on my phone camera and to try and film it through that, because everyone says, is it filmed on a potato? Yeah,
Don't know, your eyes closed.
So yeah, I'm saying, I bet you've seen some stunning northern lights in the sky. Yeah, about 3 weeks ago, coming back from Iceland, we saw some really good ones.
Those are stunning.
Yeah, telling all the passengers, they're all up at the windows having a look. It was great.
That must never get old, that.
No, never. We had a really good one last year. We come back from Hurghada and we started seeing them really well over Thessaloniki, Greece, Macedonia. Okay. And we watched them all the way back. They were amazingly good. Wow. Some good picks that day.
Don't think about it, EasyJet. Don't think about it.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. We'll get told off.
Don't do it.
There was a couple of years back, an EasyJet guy was coming out of Keflavik, and the Northern Lights were really, really good. And he let the passengers know, and it turned out all these passengers had been out up there to see the Northern Lights. It had been cloudy, they hadn't seen them. So we're getting a really good view. So we asked air traffic if you could do a 360 orbit. So everyone could see it, and they went, yeah, there's no one around, do what you like, because it's quiet up there. So we did this orbit, but what you hadn't counted on is the fact that when you're doing 500 mile an hour, doing an orbit, you know, at 500 miles, it's a big orbit. It took them about 7 minutes. When they landed, the dispatcher came on, oh, you're all over Twitter, people have been watching, you know, someone's seen you on flight radio, all over Twitter, and they're like, oh no. Anyway, the boss of the company phoned them up and said, well done, it was, you know, really good touch for the passengers. It was a really nice thing to do.
Nice that. Here is the Lux Air-8 Golf Foxtrot in the Stand, Speak, Rise Up livery today. Heading on the return leg to Luxembourg now. Should get up pretty early. There we go. Right on the hump. Out of here.
Hey, Thomas. Yes, I have seen St Elmo's fire. I've seen that a few times, but the trick is not to get so close to thunderstorms that you get it.
Yes. You don't want to be involved in it.
No, it's quite impressive. It's quite impressive, but...
sound of the Dash 8 as it climbs out of Manchester. And here is the next inbound EasyJet from Alicante. This is the Neo liveried Lima Whiskey. About to touch down. Down the bottom there we have a Ryanair just waiting, and also the Scandinavian. Down at the bottom of Juliet's. Just gone 1 PM in the afternoon local time here in Manchester in the northwest of the UK. Again, welcoming absolutely everyone. Hope you're all doing well this Friday. Welcome to Airliners Live, the best way to bring in the weekend.
Andy's asking, favourite part of the job? The views. the views you get, you know.
Look at that EasyJet triple shot there.
Yeah.
And Alicante inbound touches down without issue at all. Ryanair is about to enter. Austrians on the taxi now.
Jules asking if I have had a lightning strike. I haven't. I know people who have. And on the Fear of Flying one, we talked about lightning strikes. And
yes.
Planes on average get hit once a year. It's normally a non-event, but sometimes you don't know it's happened.
Yeah, the 350, one of the BA 350s, Mark, that got diverted in last Friday.
Oh, yeah, that had a lightning strike, didn't it?
Yeah, the 350 had a lightning strike. And I think it took a few days for the engineers to get up here and inspect the actual airframe and stuff like that. What will they do on that, Mark, on that occasion? Will they inspect, like, primarily where the aircraft's been struck, or will they... Yeah, will the entire aircraft go under an inspection? No,
you want to find the entry and exit hole. It'll be a bit where it's entered and a bit where it exits. I remember landing back once and mentioned to the engineers, "Oh, we've got this, this little mark here." And he had a look. "Well, it's a lightning strike. Looks like an old one." He said, "Well, that's great. I'll have to go and find the exit hole now." I'm like, "All right, have fun, mate. There's a bag of Haribo. See you later," sort of thing. Off we went. But the problem is with the 350, because it's a lot of composite there. I'm not sure how that would behave with the electricity tracking through it. So I don't know what the procedure with that. Well, I know with our ones, if they find, if you get hit by lightning, they find the entry and exit, have a look, make sure there's no damage and no problems, and off you go.
Ryanair gets out. Hey, and thanks, Bevs, for your 18 months. Not business class, all the way up to cruise seat, all the champagne and everything for Bevs. Where's the time gone? Great stream, great mods, great chat, one of the best managed streamers. Thank you, Mark and Matt, for today. Made so many friends too, love you guys. Love you back, Bevs.
Love you back, Bevs. You're a ledge.
And David Healy dropping one gift in as well, thanks David. And the lady herself, Hen Air, with a €2 super chat. Let's roll! Fab listening to you while driving today. You better not be, you better be behaving behind the wheel there, Hen Air. EasyJet Neo continues the taxi as we have the next arrival now. You see the top of the tail of the Austrian. It's Ryanair inbound from Bologna, Max 8200, Hotel November.
Paul's asking how big's the hole. Oh, mate, it's like the ones I've seen are a few millimetres across. Really? Yeah, they're tiny little things. Then they're not big. There was a guy I used to know years ago. He used to fly for Air Antique on the Electra.
All right, okay, yeah.
And they got hit by lightning, and it was this ball lightning. And apparently, it came in through the nose, and everyone in the back of the plane watched this big ball lightning go through the plane and disappear out the back of it. It's, whoa, what's going on there?
Right down the fuselage.
Yeah.
Quick 380 update. And, as you can see, both jet bridges removed, chocks removed. Should expect the aircraft to be pushing back within the next at least 10 minutes or so, I would have thought. Quick 2-hour turnaround. The aircraft did arrive half an hour prior to scheduled arrival time. So it looks like it's going to be getting away in pretty well reasonable time as well. Can act the pan a little bit, this Echo Kilo 18 flight, as far as time goes, but it looks like it's going to be pretty reasonable today, thankfully.
What, the A3 Lady?
A3 Lady, yeah. It's been great seeing this fairly new livery into Manchester. I think there's only this airframe with this thingy on it, actually. Echo Sierra.
Paul's asking what happens if lightning hits a wing full of fuel. Nothing at all. It just travels through it and tracks out the other way. It doesn't. Yeah. There's a smashing video actually of a 380 coming in over London, gets hit by lightning, and it just does nothing. It just tracks through the outer panels of the fuselage over the skin of the body and disappears out the bottom of it.
Speak of the devil, just pinging up now on channel partner flight radar 24, the Emirates Airbus A380 as flight Echo Kilo 18, heading back to the Middle East, back to Dubai, and this aircraft is about to push back any moment now.
Jehem's asking, what's the biggest myth about aviation pilots, etc.? That all us pilots are really handsome and good looking.
Well, I did say that to Andy. I said, as soon as you arrived in the car park, I could just see your face through the screen, and I thought, who's this handsome chap here? Straight away.
Specsavers, mate.
So, man, the handsomest man at the RVP is just right.
I don't know about that. My missus used to keep a photo of me above the mantelpiece, above the fire.
Yeah, keep the kids away.
Yeah.
And they're stunning. They really do look great, those engines, you know. They really stand out.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
I like those better than the red ones on the... Looks nice, though.
All we need is that basketball one coming, and we'll be happy.
Mate.
I'm not a fan
I don't know
of
if
that.
the config's... I don't know if it's the right config for Manchester. I think I think it's a bit of variation on the config. Because obviously it's a transatlantic flight, that, so... They do commonly use it on the US routes mark, on the JFK and stuff like that. So I'm wondering if the config's like built for the States and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, you see stand 12 being left vacant there now. This is the only allotted stand that's capable of handling the A380 at the minute. We do have a second pier being built at T2, which looks like it's going to be able to cater for 2 of the biggest passenger aircraft in the world. Who would you like to see as a second A380 carrier into here, Mark? Have you got any preference?
Not really. Well, Global are coming in next month, apparently, aren't they? Interesting to see what happens there.
Yeah,
like to see the Qatar and the Etihad ones would be.
Yeah, the Etihad would be lovely.
They're lovely schemes, aren't they? But yeah,
you used to like seeing the Etihad with the Choose liveries on. Used to have like certain cities on there and stuff like that. I think the London one, obviously Abu Dhabi one, look fantastic.
We were talking about that the other day, about how they've banned the Flintstones cartoon in Dubai.
Yeah.
Because they don't get the joke with the people in Abu Dhabi do.
It's not my fault, everyone.
Yeah, sorry. Actually, talking to Dubai, there's a guy from Dubai. He's bought the dairy near my house. He's a milkshake. There's tumbleweed going past.
I can't reach the mute button now. Put down here.
I'm getting shoes thrown at me by Laurie now.
Laurie's got an ample amount of shoes to throw at you, no problem whatsoever. 380 just been finishing off the taxi now. This aircraft has been pulled back forward, which is routine for the taxi pushback operation here at Manchester.
And he's asking, what's the most challenging scenario faced while flying? I think probably the storms that we get sometimes. I've said before, Storm Dudley was the worst. I hit a gust about 3,000 feet and it hurt me back.
Yes, I remember that, yeah. You were off for a bit though, weren't you, Mark, as well?
Not with that one, no. No, I mean, because I was in a couple of days later for Storm Eunice.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, and Dudley was so bad, we landed. When we parked up, one of the cabin crew came up and shook me hand.
Yeah.
Eunice was rough. Yeah. We did that one. I did that one the other day. You know, the really bad one where you guys were filming. I can't remember which one it was. Dara.
Yes.
And I was supposed to do 4 flights. We did Paris and back. It was 40 knots in Paris. We come back in here. It was forecast to be out of limits of the aircraft. You know, and I was like, this is not good. It was pretty bad coming in here. You know, we were chucked about. The cabin crew were chucked about. Passengers chucked about. And I phoned up crewing when I got back, and I said, right, I'm reducing everyone's flight duty period. I'm not putting my crew through that again.
No.
It was too rough, and I was supposed to do a Prague afterwards, and it ended up being massively delayed. They had to get a new crew in to do it, but luckily by that time it had calmed down a bit. But I said, I'm not putting my passengers and my crew through that again.
Yeah, your crew, mate.
Yeah, they'd had a right battering, so it wasn't very. I mean, it wasn't dangerous. It just wasn't very comfortable. And yeah, no, good. Thomas is having me milkshake joke.
Yeah,
good
he
lad.
liked it.
Good. Yeah. Can have the one about the guy from Abu Dhabi who's bought the dance studio. He's called Shake Your Booty.
Scottish Linda were wondering when this was going to start.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Rob Ends. Mrs. was on the lightning struck flight to Spain.
Oh, okay.
And the '99 Champions League final. She slept right through it.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, sometimes there's almighty bang and everyone, oh, hang on, what was that? And then other times you just don't even know it's happened.
Yeah. And that's something we always get, you know, on some of the clips we record, some of the content we record. A lot of people say, like, that's the computer landing there. That's computer landing.
Yeah.
But the computer only lands in, like, maybe adverse conditions, doesn't it?
It's foggy,
and stuff
yeah,
like that.
yeah. I mean,
that's
because you've got wind limits for the aircraft itself to do an automatic landing.
Yeah.
You've got wind limits, and it varies on the aircraft, and it's it's even if it's got sharklets or the winglets or not. If it's a Neo, the numbers can be quite different. So. 319 autoland wind limits, 320 CEO autoland wing limits with sharklets.
What's the visibility limits, Mark, as far as autoland?
Well, you need, for Cat 3 with no decision height, as it's called now, it used to be old Cat 3B, it's 75 metres. Mm-hmm. And you don't need to see anything. Because when you're doing an automatic landing, the captain does it at our company. You're looking out the window, and the first officer is monitoring the instruments and calling out what's happening. So you look out the window. If you've got a decision height, so some places in France will have a decision where you have to decide that you're going to land.
Yeah.
You need to see one light. And if it's a full Cat 3 with no decision light, you need 75 metres visibility, and you don't need to see anything. And it doesn't matter because the plane's following an electronic glide path and centre line. It's using an electronic beam to follow. The aircraft can't see. It's got no eyes.
Mm.
If you're doing something like, if you're doing like a normal landing like they are today, this is called Cat 1, so you need a cloud base of 200 feet, 550 metres visibility. When you pop out of the cloud, I mean, I've done it in Krakow at absolute Cat 1, you can't see the runway. You can see the approach lights, and as long as you've got those in the lateral elements, you're level, you can continue, and then eventually, when you come within 550 metres of the runway, you'll see it.
All right, yeah.
If you're doing like a Cat 2, you'll need 3 consecutive lights and a lateral element, which could be a landing barrette.
Yeah.
And you've got different visibilities and all that. But yeah, for an automatic landing, the minimum we can go down to 75 metres. You need 125 to take off if the airport can suit it.
Yeah.
I mean, for example, 320 CEO with sharklet, with automatic rollout, headwind 30 knots, crosswind of 15, a tailwind of 10.
Yeah.
Which is a lot there. I mean, the aircraft has been proven up to 38 knots.
Yeah.
But with the autoland, it's down to 15.
Okay.
If you look at... let's go back to this. Hang on. If you look at a Neo... Oh, let's have a look at 321 Neo. So a headwind of 15, a crosswind of 10 and a tailwind of 10. That's even less.
Yeah.
And, places like Bristol, the newer Neos can do a bit more. But yeah, you go somewhere like Bristol where it's on a hill, so quite often you're in cloud, it's foggy. You can go in there in fog and you can have 30 knots across the runway in fog because it's up on top of a hill.
Yeah.
And then you can't autoland. You've got to go, and you can't autoland on 09 at Bristol anyway. So you end up in Cardiff.
Mm-hmm. Chap to the right there, ground ops, just about to give a wave. He's got the steering pin, the do not remove pin in his hand there, and he's give the guys up in the flight deck of the 380 a wave. They should give him a wave back in response. There you go, there's a wave. And this aircraft is now ready to begin its taxi down Juliet for departure. Hey, and thank you so much, Beastie, jumping in on the support train with a £2 super chat. Good afternoon, Matt and Mark.
Hello.
Another great stream. Thank you so much, Beastie, and a certain mega mod himself. Cheers, Arcade.
Bing
Mr.
bong.
Davies, Paulie. Get you and the Executive Chairman Emeritus a brew. Thank you so much, mate.
Cheers, Paulie.
Our worshipful dictator is here, yes. Thank you so much, Paul. Have a great day, mate.
You too, mate. Hopefully see you here soon, mate.
Yes.
Julie's asking my flight today. Yeah, I'm off to Keflavik in a little while. Elizabeth's asking, can you ask the pilot to put the aircraft down without bouncing because she has a very bad back? Yeah, we don't intend to hammer it in. The idea is, you want a really nice landing. You're like, oh yeah, that's good. But yeah, sometimes it does.
They're not on the approach thinking, yes.
Always on a nice one. You don't want to hammer it in.
Austrian, return leg to Vienna. Leaps off 230.
Hiya, Tim. No, 25th I'll do my 321 training, mate. Then I'll be on it after that. Joy.
And thank you to you so much, Bevs, for the one gifted membership back to the community. Thank you so much, Bevs. Hope you're okay today. Thank you. And the beautiful 380 now. Hopefully, this will catch a bit of sunlight. We can see it in its in full bloom. Nice to see, though. Really nice to see. Nice of Emirates to send this different livery up. Hey, and Buffalo, thank you so much for your one gifted membership. That went to Niek Dudok. Thank you so much for that, Buffalo. Thank you so much, mate. Have a great day. Have a great weekend, pal. Thanks a lot for your support. Great stuff. Thank you, everyone. You too can join the likes of Bevs, Beefsty, and Paulie and Buffalo there by clicking that dollar symbol to your right-hand side of the chat there. Keep these live streams free for absolutely everyone. That's our aim here at Airlines Live, and we can only do that with your support, so thank you in advance for that. But all we have to do, as a normal caveat, is just give that like button a click. It really does help these channels out more than you could imagine, so thank you in advance for that.
Poor old Justin here. Guys, try spending 8 hours in the crew room with Mark with the dad jokes. Yeah, you suffered that one, didn't you?
Hey, and this is nice to see. Retro Erlingus 320. Every airline should have at least 2-3 retros, Mark.
Yeah, you should always have. I like different colour schemes. It makes it a bit more interesting, doesn't
This
it?
is nice to see. I didn't know this was coming. Great stuff.
Just seen Russell was asking, who's the guy under the 380? What's he doing? He's talking to. Right, he's the headset man. He's plugged his headset into the bottom of the aircraft. He's talking to the pilots on the flight deck. So they will call him. He will say, right, we're down here. Right, okay. So then you'll say, you know, your check's complete. I'll say, yeah, all doors and hatches are closed and secure. Steering pin is in place. Bypass pin is in place.
Yeah.
Tow bar's attached. We're ready for push. You know, right, we'll talk to Air Tragic and call you back. So we'll call up Air Tragic, tell them we're ready, get changed to ground. Yeah, cleared for push and start. You tell him you're cleared to push and start. He'll say release park brake. You'll say brakes released, ready to push. And any instructions given by air traffic, you know, push, pull forward to Lima 2 or whatever they tell you. And you tell him that, and then they'll start the push back. He'll then tell you when you're clear to start your engines. You know, clear around the aircraft, starting engine 1, whatever, start the engine.
Yeah.
When you've done your bit, you've done your scan, your flow. So, you know, engines are started. I'll turn the APU bleed off, APU off, put the engine anti-ice on if need be. And then the pilot monitoring will be watching me. And then I'll watch him as he arms the speed brake, zeros the rudder trim, sets the flaps, and brings the status page up. So you make sure that, you know, everything's where it should be. And then you can disconnect the headsets, hand signals on the left, see you later sort of thing. Ta-da, give him a wave. He'll hold the steering bypass pin up. There's a pin they put in the nose gear, and it disconnects the steering from the plane, so the tug can turn the plane. If you've got that pin in, you can't steer the plane. So he holds that up, waves at you, and disappears, and then, you know, you do your after start checks and off to go to taxi.
You cannot go with that steering pin.
No.
Can you, Mark? You cannot leave the stand wheel with that in place. Hey, and a massive thank you to you, DSK, Dad's Secret Kitchen. First class membership for 30 months. Mate, you mean that pun. You mean it. Wow, how time flies. Thank you so much, Dad's Secret Kitchen. An awesome 30 months to have you. Thank you so much, mate. And Laurie jumping in with the mega bong of 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Laurie. That's incredible support. Thank you so much. And Thomas jumping in with 1 gifty as well. Thank you so much for the support, guys. And Nathan Eccles signing up to Premium Economy as well. Thank you so much, Nathan. Great stuff. Excellent support, everybody. Thank you so much.
A couple of people asking who do I fly for? It's a big secret.
Yes.
We don't say.
We're not allowed.
Yeah, airlines are very funny about social media stuff, especially nowadays. So we don't say who I work for, but all right, you know, we can sit here and have a chat about flying things, but yeah, we don't say who I work for.
We don't disclose.
Simon's asking about the GPS jamming. It's been reported a lot. It's a major concern of pilots. Yeah, it's a pain in the backside. You get it over Egypt a lot. But I do gather it's got better over there. We used to have procedures where you have to turn, you know, certain ground proximity stuff off because of the jamming and the spoofing. But I gather that's now been removed, so it looks like they're getting on top of it.
Yeah.
And seeing as, you know, aviation now is going over to GPS massively. The VOR over there, I don't know if you can see it by the windsock over on the other side of the airport. That apparently is being removed at the end of the year, which I'm really upset about.
This is the one in question, isn't it, Mark? This one here, I think.
Oh, Merch Queen's in the chat. Hi, Merch Queen. She's asking what would standard procedure be in the TUI flat tyre one. Well, yeah, we said earlier that if you take off, you hear the bang, you know the tyre's blown, then you wouldn't put the gear up because the hydraulic reservoirs with all the hydraulic fluid are in the landing gear bays on most aircraft. The Airbus procedure is you get airborne. If it happens quite late on in the takeoff roll, it's far better to get airborne, burn the fuel off, get the weight down, and then land using the whole runway, rather than trying to stop on a third of the runway left. Yeah, it's. I mean, it's not a dangerous situation, but it is, something that requires a little bit of thought.
Hey Matty, the 380 is on the way out, mate. It's on the taxi out for departure.
And
Back
just
to
saying, I'm a
Dubai.
bus driver. Yeah, a bus driver.
Big bus.
Big bus.
Nose gear about to come down on the jet to arrival there. Wonder if flight crews feel pressure, Mark, when they've got the 380 there. I wonder if they feel intimidated on the touchdown like that.
No, you're too busy concentrating.
Wow.
David's asking, how often do ATC vector on the ILS rather than following the start? Mate, I'll tell you, you haven't got an arrival here from Dane, so that you always get vectors. If any of the flight sim boys are on board, what I do is I make myself a base point. So I go India November number 10, which is the end of the ILS, /142/5, and I call it base. And I put that point in the FMGC, and I know that if I'm 5,000 or below there, I'm happy boy. I changed Dane from flight level 80 to 70.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
Because you're going to get vectored off.
Yeah, okay.
And I want to be a little bit lower.
That makes sense.
As long as I've got those points in, I'm happy camper. There's only places like Corfu sometimes, which is procedural. There's Preveza is procedural. They haven't got radar, so you fly overhead the beacon, you fly outbound, you track it, you do the full procedural approach. But almost everywhere will be giving you vectors and steering you. And this is possibly something we might be doing for the flight sim, things as well. When we're looking at the FMGCs, is talking about descent management. And people say you've got to be clever to be a pilot. You haven't. All you need is your 3 times table. So you take your height, you times it by 3, and that's how your distance to land. So say you're at 33,000 feet, you need 99 miles plus 10 to slow down, 109 miles. And you're doing your 3 times table all the way down. On the 73, you press the meters button, it's there. Yeah, so 15,000 feet, right, 315's 45. By this point, you need 5 miles slow down, 50 miles, I'm happy camper.
Yeah.
And you look at what what you think you are going to do, you can work out whether you're on profile or not, whether you increase the speed, dive the height off, use a speed brake, or use vertical speed to reduce the rate of descent to make it a nice arrival.
How are you doing, Scary? Good to see you, mate. Heading to Dubai, Matty, the Emirates. Did I see a question? How are you doing, Lou? Good to see you, mate. I think I saw a question there.
Karen M's asking, love the lands into Tenerife, lot of crosswinds there. Have you experienced it? Yeah. Yeah, we went in. I went in there a couple of weeks ago. It's quite a windy day. It was off the runway a little bit, but it was quite blurry. But yeah, it can get. It's a funny one, Tenerife, because you can have like a tailwind all the way down final approach to get to about 500 feet, and then suddenly it swaps around to a headwind. It can be a little bit turbulent, but. Yeah, Fez is answering Terry on the wheel page. It shows the pressures. Yeah, if you've got it fitted, like I said earlier, it'll show you on the wheel page. Our Airbuses don't have them. They just have the brake temperatures. So if the airline pays for it, you can have the tyre pressures showing. It's mental, isn't it? I mean, I've got a cheap old car, old diesel I run around. If the tyre gets low, it gives me a warning light. Whereas on the Airbus, if you've got a low tyre, it doesn't tell you.
And a question from Twitch there. Cheers, Sonny. Yeah, with the massive planes today, are the taxiways wide enough, or do some have to be moved, adjusted, widened? What's the script, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, depends where you are.
Yes.
Newcastle.
There's a lot going on at Manchester here at the minute, actually, isn't there, on a few of the taxiways. On the like you say.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of work. Obviously, Manchester can take the 380. Newcastle can't. The taxiways aren't big enough. And the airport itself's not big enough. The runway's not long enough. Certain airports, I mean, you go to, say, Southend. It's a short, narrow runway, and the taxiways are really, skinny as well. You've got taxi with caution at places like that. Isle of Man, you have to sort of overshoot the taxiway a bit and then sort of do a sharp turn to get lined up with it because they're not very wide. So you're limited. Certain airports, you will be limited on the type of aircraft you can fit. Jeffin's asking, any transition at the 320, 321, any landing differences because of the length? It's got a different layout of the flaps or the slats on the front. So the actual pitch on landing is lower than a normal one, than a normal 320 land. Normal 320, you're coming in about 2.5, 3 degrees. On the 321, it's a bit lower. And if you're doing a flat 3, it looks like a normal 320 landing. I do flat 3 landings most of the time in the 320. Normally you'd be coming in at 5 degrees pitch up. So what I do, I put on 5 knots of speed and it lowers the nose, so it looks like a normal land. You're less likely to get a tail strike.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, you just have to be careful not to whack the tail. You have to be careful with the rotation as well. 757-300 at it, you used to have to rotate it in 2 stages because it was so long. So you'd pitch up to 10 degrees, hold it, wait for the wheels to come off the ground, and then you could gently start to pull up to 17.5 or 15 or whatever they used to climb away at. The normal 75 didn't have that problem because it had longer legs and it was shorter.
Alan, don't encourage him, mate. No, don't.
TG's asking, have I ever flown into Nice? Yeah, I have, lots and lots of times. I was asking, how many more flying hours do you do in the summer compared to winter? At the moment, because we're quite short-staffed, we're working as hard in the winter as we are in the summer. I tried to swap onto an Egypt flight in January and I couldn't do it because I was on my max hours for the last 365 days. The Egypt trip would have put me 2 hours over. So, yeah, we're pretty busy in the winter at the moment now as well. See, Amy and Pedro are waving at me.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
Very friendly indeed.
Yes.
How do you in 1980 Karen? Roll back after takeoff is louder, especially when they take off from Liverpool to Turkey. Flight rolls right over her house.
Yeah.
And I think it was Thomas who asked that question as well. Thomas, do certain airlines have certain policies about speed brakes over the northwest, especially coming into Liverpool? You don't hear the speed brakes as much as from EasyJet, Ryanair, but always Wizz Air. Because is that cause it's obviously because it's a 321 or something like that?
No, maybe? I mean you use them to slow up or to descend quicker and give you drag, and they slow you down. Air traffic will vector you around. You have to steer you around Manchester's airspace. I don't know why Wizz Air are using them more. I just don't know, because you'd all be flying the same path. You'd all be cleared to the same levels. Yeah. So I've no idea. I mean, I've heard them go over me flat before. You use a speed brake when you need it. Yeah. There's that old classic one where there was the air traffic controller over London asking for an aircraft to make a certain descend to a certain level at a certain point. The bloke said, "Oh, we can't make that." And the controllers turned around and said, "Well, you've got speed brakes, haven't you?" He said, "Yeah, they're for my cock-ups, not yours."
Right back at you, mate.
Yeah.
318. Now, just continuing down Juliet, it's about to enter the active runway, which is 23 right today. Heading back to the Middle East, back to Dubai. It's flight Echo Kilo 18, and as you can see, this is in a rather special livery today, the Emirates A380. It's in the Emirates Foundation livery, which helps to support children that are in need. So it seems like a very worthy thing of Emirates to support, and this aircraft is the next aircraft to depart.
David's asking, what's it like landing at Madeira? Is it as bad as it looks? I've only been in a 75 many years ago, and it was a nice day, but yeah, it can be quite sporting.
Yeah, okay.
Rob's asking, does an Airbus have a set of keys? What's to stop it being stolen? It doesn't have a set of keys, but to get anywhere near it, you'd have to get airside on the airport. There's all the security, and then you'd have to know how to start it, and then you couldn't get it going anyway because you'd need it pushed back, and there'd be no one to do that. But yeah, they don't have keys. Although
anyway, sorry, Mark. Everyone enjoy this departure. This is the 380 about to come. I'm not the biggest fan of the 380, me, Mark, but That never ceases to amaze you. When that gets airborne.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not the pretty. Can you hear me?
Just about.
Oh, okay. I don't know what's happened there. How's that? That's better.
That sounds better.
Yeah, it's not the prettiest aircraft, is it?
No. But still looks great.
It's not a 747, is it?
It's not 747.
No.
Or a 330 Neo. Or a 350.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're talking about the keys. I've got a plastic set of keys with a Ben and Holly keyring on them that were left on a plane years ago. So I keep them in my flight bag. So if we ever have a flight deck visit and the kids are like, "Have you got the keys?"
Where's the
I've got
keys?
these
How do you
Ben and Holly
switch this
keys.
on?
Yeah. Oh, good on you, right. Just WTTN saying it'll have a look at that Airbus book and familiarise. Good, man. Yeah, have a read of it. It's a good book. Jeffin's asking, have I ever got the wrong plane at the wrong gate? No.
Yeah,
No, I haven't.
That'd be pretty embarrassing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I do know people who've done it. Keith's asking, am I expecting to fly any new routes this year? Yeah, we've got a couple of new routes. I can't remember where they are. I think Larnaca's on the list. I'm not. Someone was asking earlier. I've been there. I hadn't. I've been to Paphos. I can't think where the other ones are.
Go on here,
Oh,
Mark.
we're doing Cape Verde again. So we're starting that up at the end of the year. I used to do that on the 7.5, but
Wonder what's going on with the Ryanair area. I'm not sure. Still, it's a very slow taxi,
yeah.
and there is a ground ops vehicle. I'm sure that's fire manager to the right there.
oh yeah,
Strange. Oh,
yeah, blocked that exit off as well, haven't they?
yeah.
Well,
What?
they're going to have to leave some exits for us.
And the 380's just taking a more northerly routing out of Manchester. Not sure how much of that we might see on the way back past.
Rob N's asking if I've done Scathos and skimmed the beach. Oh, I did it years ago on the 7.5.
Ah.
But yeah, it's a short, narrow runway and yeah, worth avoiding. A lot of the, I'll see you later, Bevs. A lot of the
Take care,
Greek
Bevs.
airports are, some of the runways are quite short and, you know, in funny places. There's a few of them, I gather, were built in the Second World War for Messerschmitts. So, yeah, when you're putting an Airbus in, it's a little bit interesting.
Tony WJ asking, could you fly the 380 Mark without being trained?
Probably it's an Airbus. If you know, if both the pilots carked it, then yeah, we might be able to get it on the ground. But legally, I'm not allowed to. I'd have to do the conversion course.
Yeah,
it's not a big, it's not a full rating. It's like a few days in a class for a few
Oh, really?
sims.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's just differences really. Kevin's asking, do I miss the 757? Yes, desperately.
Don't we all, mate?
Oh, I mean, someone asked earlier, why have I gone to Airbus and not Boeing? Well, I fly what the airline I work for tells me to fly.
Yeah.
You know, my last airline I was on the 7.5. When I came to the current airline, I was on the 7.3, and then, you know, they replaced it with the Airbus, and that's what I fly now. I'd much rather be in a 7.5, but...
EasyJet shutting down without issue. Looks like there's company traffic of EasyJet there about to depart as well. Just trying to see if I can get a visual on the 380. Oh yes, just...
Fez was asking, I'd probably auto land it, Fez. I'd probably auto land it. I mean, we've got an ex... Oh, yeah, I can see the 380
the
going on.
380 just
Yeah,
continuing
with
the
one of
climb.
our captains, he used to fly the 380 for Emirates. He said it's a beautifully, it handles beautifully. It's an amazing, he said it really flew nicely. But even so, I'd probably just auto land it. Because I haven't been trained how to fly it, I don't know the quirks and, how it handles differently to a normal, a baby bus. I was asking, do 380 pilots get paid more than other pilots? I think it depends on the airline. I don't know if there's any differences in the salaries between the pilots on the 380 at Emirates and the 350 and the 777. I don't know if there's any different money on that. I don't think there is. I mean, our lot, we don't get paid less if we fly 319, and we don't get paid more if we fly 321. It's just,
no, it's just the structure of the way. Yeah. And like you say, Mike, you're all doing, like, no matter the airframe they do, all do similar routing, same distance of flights and stuff, like you say, what a 319 can do, you can probably do in a 320 and what have you. So the thing is the same. Like
I mean, those three, they all handle a little bit differently. Even, the 320, the COs, the Sharklets and the Neos all handle slightly differently. It's not great differences, but it is noticeable. 319 handles better than all of them. But again, it still doesn't handle as good as a 757. So, yeah.
EasyJet climbs out into the blue BU.
Oh, Lee Davis is here. Hello, buddy.
Big Lee, how you doing, mate?
Okay, pal. Leroy.
Just again continuing the climb out of Manchester there. Just about to go behind the clouds. Gone for good now. We're not going to see it again.
That's a shame. I'm going to have to run away in a minute, Mafu.
Absolutely, mate. You do what you got to do, Mark. Totally.
Yeah, I owe. So it's off to work I go.
Mate. So how long's the flight up to Reykjavik, Mark, for you guys?
2 hours.
In the Neo.
2 hours and 31 minutes on the way there.
Yep.
And 2 hours and 11 minutes on the way back, because there's a headwind on the way up and a tailwind of 54 knots.
And you're only on a one sector today, aren't you, Mark?
Two sectors, there and back.
There and back, sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. But it's just.
And as you say, on standby tomorrow?
Standby tomorrow. And then, a few days off.
Yes.
Oh, it's snowing at Reykjavik at the moment, Keflavik rather. Ooh. That's not very nice. 1,300 metres visibility and light snow showers. That's not nice. Don't like that. Take more fuel.
You'll be right.
Captain Mark, do you brake the wheels once airborne before the wheels comes up? No, the aircraft does it for you. It will put the brakes on the main gear. The nose wheel hasn't got any brakes. So it'll dab the brakes for you. The wheels will go up into the landing gear well. And as the nose gear goes up, it's got a metal plate that it runs the wheel against that slows it down and stops it spinning. Is asking, talking about the handling, feel of the aircraft. Yeah, I mean, with a Boeing, you actually do get a feel. You can turn the control column and it'll move that way, and you can get into sync with it. With the Airbus, there isn't any feel. It's just the side stick that's spring-loaded to the centre.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what happens is with the 319, if I put a left input in, it happens fairly quickly, and when you want it. I've always found that the CEOs with the Sharklets, you put an input in and it's very wallowy and it's slow to react, and you can find, you put an input in and nothing happens. Oh, come on, you stop yamming the stick around trying to get it to do what you want. The Neos are a bit better.
What's the easiest flight deck to work out of, Mark? 75 or the Airbus? Or? I prefer the side stick. I just find it easier to control and stuff. Like when I'm mucking about in the sim and stuff like that. Yeah,
I mean, I prefer the handling of a 757. Mm-hmm. Because you are in control. When you put an input in, it will react immediately because it's directly, it's going obviously through hydraulics, but you've got cables and the control surfaces move. Whereas the Airbus, you put an input in and it goes to a committee of 9 French computers who have a little chat about, letting you do it because it won't let you crash it. It's quite clever like
absolutely,
that. For day-to-day working around Europe, then the Airbus flight deck's, lovely because you've got the table, it's roomy.
Just convenience,
It's not that noisy. The 7.3 is tiny, noisy, cramped, rattly, clacky, big trim wheel clacking round, and it doesn't fly very. I flew the 700. I didn't think it flew very nice. I found it quite pitchy and quite peaky. Not very speed stable, not very stable. It was wobbly. I just didn't like it. Mm-hmm. 7.5 was very stable, nice to control, but obviously, you have to have the big tech log on your lap as a table to eat your dinner.
And don't forget, incredible on takeoff.
Oh yeah.
Cheers, Simon. Take care, mate. Have a great day volunteering, mate. Thanks for joining us. And take care on the school run, Linda.
Yep. Cheers, Simon.
Nursery run.
Thomas is asking anything in the history of aviation I'd like to fly. Yeah, Concorde and a 747.
EasyJet climbs up. And it looks like that Ryanair in shot there.
Tom's asking, do you want to drink, Mafu?
I'm okay just yet, thank you,
All right,
Tom.
buddy.
Thank
Well,
you
I'm
very much,
going
mate.
to have to scoot, guys, because I have to go to work.
No problem.
Thanks
Let's
for
see the
listening to
love
me.
in the chat for Mark, please, ladies and gentlemen. Spam the Mark emote. It's there. It's there for a reason. Spam that emote, please. Spam the Mark emote for and show your gratitude for him joining us today. Thanks so much,
Nice.
Mark.
Thanks for having us. Thanks for listening to me ramblings.
Safe travels today,
Cheers,
later
buddy.
today.
And
Hope
I
everything
will
goes
see
well. I
you
hope
all
we ain't got
soon.
no unruly passengers like yesterday. Hope everything goes well.
Yes. Well, I'll get arrested if they do kick off, won't they? Have a good one, guys. Have a smashing weekend. We'll see you soon.
Thanks so much, Mark. I
Take
appreciate
care,
it a
guys.
lot.
God
Thank
bless.
you so much, mate.
Ta-da, mate. Bye.
Bye. Take care. The awesome and incredibly generous with his time, Mr. Captain Mark Langston, resident. Thank you so much, mate. All right. You too. Take care, mate. No worries. I'll message you after. Take care, mate. The awesome Captain Mark. Huge thanks again to Mark. Thank you. Always available for us and you guys to throw a few questions at him, and he's always happy to answer. So thank you so much, Mark. Thanks a lot, mate. Not sure what that is. Oh, 7-4. Tie 7-4. That's lovely to see. Awesome. We like that. Hey, cheers, Thomas. About maybe about a fortnight ago, mate, we surpassed 1.5 million subs. Yeah, great stuff. Ten more likes for 1K. Come on, guys. 8 more. Then I can stop pestering you. Ryanair just holding short at Juliet. 5 more, guys. 5 more. We can do it. Hey, Jimbo. Ah, okay. Cheers, John. Still got the Thai livery there. Christina is flying to Reykjavik today. Out of Manchester, so I'll let you do the working out. Yeah, Gareth, you know the one who can't discuss who you work for. That'd be something, wouldn't it, Thomas? Captain Mark, 24/7 dad joke stream for 2 million subs. And Andy to grow his beard back. With that many jokes, he'd have enough time to grow his beard back. Big grey beard, by the time Mark's finished. Excuse me. Hey, and we just hit that magical milestone of 1K likes. Thank you so much, everybody. Thanks a lot. How you doing past the 11? Nick Paul, are you alright? Stranger Stippo, are you okay? Witchy, are you alright? AB Beast, are you okay? WHBQ. Hey, Sadie. Yeah, always great with Mark's on, isn't it? Always great. On the ground, we're just awaiting now the Egypt Air 321 Neo to get some pushback clearance from T2. The Ryanair waiting at the end of Juliet there is waiting to depart to Tirana. And we also have a Ryanair Max 8200 uniform Juliet, and the aircraft being pushed back for departure to Valencia. We have a Ryanair 73 Yankee X-ray also just beginning the taxi for Paris Beauvais. And the next arrival into Manchester is going to be the Ryanair 73 from Dublin, Sierra, India, carrying out this route. We will be sticking around for the remainder of the heavies to depart today as well. We are going to capture the Virgin Atlantic 332 New York. We're also going to capture the Doha bound Qatar 350 and also the New York Big Apple bound Aer Lingus UK 330 as well. All that before we wrap up. We also have the Saudi due to push back any moment as well, I think. Just got a nice visual now on the arrival. Breeze, still a bit blustery. As you can see, aircraft still crabbing on the final few miles of the approach, making the adjustments that are needed to get the aircraft down safely. Also have the Lufthansa 319 we saw arriving earlier. The return leg to Frankfurt awaiting pushback. But here is the Ryanair from Dublin. You just see now getting the old nose turned round level with the runway. And then awesome touchdown from the Ryanair. Great job. Hey, and the Saudia is already on the taxi as well, ladies and gents. Great stuff. Lovely heavy on the taxi out now. Can see one or two of these crew in the flight deck considering this rapid exit here. Just commonly anticipating them to take the exit there. Don't do a Turkish, don't do what the Turkish do. No, don't do that. Now the Ryanair for Tirana entering the active, being followed by company traffic for Valencia and further company traffic with the Paris Beauvais Ryanair as well, coming in stage left. Ryanair's everywhere, look. One lining up for departure, one on the taxi and one at the end of Juliet there with a further Ryanair just pushing back. You just see the tail coming back from T3 there. And the Lufthansa Frankfurt 319 now push back as well, Lima Hotel. Next aircraft to arrive with us here at Manchester. Looks like it's going to be the we have a Ryanair 73 from Lisbon, Victor Oscar, and also a Ryanair from Warsaw, operated by Malta Air, Alpha November. Here goes the Ryanair for Tirana. Also the Welling 321 we saw arriving earlier is also on the taxi, about to taxi out here. Welling on the return leg to Barcelona, 321. EC Moo. And this aircraft's being followed out by the Saudi. Great stuff. Just about to have our own pot noodle, Suze. king size pot noodle on the go. Get in. Don't forget, ladies and gents, and you can do so also by clicking the dollar symbol to the right of your chat there to offer up a gifted membership. No, we don't film here on Saturdays, Dan. Our scheduled shows are our next scheduled live is Sunday from 9 a.m. UK time, and then we should be back on Wednesday from 10, and then this show on a Friday, 3 live scheduled shows a week. Not on a Saturday, unfortunately, mate. There's plenty of streamers on from Manchester as well. Namely, Eric from Mac Aviation. He should be live with the early bird with his scheduled early bird show tomorrow from around between 6 and half past in the morning. Join the awesome crew at Mac Aviation for that. As I say, MACC Aviation over here on YouTube. Should be live from between 6 and half past tomorrow, so for the early bird Saturday show. So make sure you can join Eric for that. Join the awesome crew. Just keep an eye on that low cloud there. Further Ryanair, just about to enter. Ryanair is lined up. This aircraft to Paris Beauvais, followed by the Welling. We also have a Ryanair Max 8200 pushback for the return leg to Bologna, and EasyJet 320 pushback for Paris Charles de Gaulle. Here comes the beautiful Saudia 787-10 Hotel Zulu Alfa Romeo 28, carrying out flight Sierra Victor 1242 Jeddah. Ryanair is airborne already. Hey Sano, are you alright? Hey Tracy, are you okay? Take care, Roy. Have a great weekend. Hope you and the boss lady have a cracking rest of your day and a great weekend, mate. Thanks for joining us today. Cheers, pal. Take care. No, I'm not aware of that, Chris, mate. Mr. Tanner, not aware of that flight, mate, unfortunately. Welling just entering the active there, you can see. As the Saudi continues to taxi. There's the Lufty, bound for Frankfurt, 319. Nice to hear, Trey. Hope you and Sambo and Zeta are okay. Welling lined up for departure. Just spooling up. Welling flies out above the Concorde hangar there. Next arrival is here already. This is the Ryanair inbound from Lisbon. And we also have the Virgin Atlantic 330 for the Big Apple pushing back as well. Golf Victor India November Echo. Flight Victor Sierra 127 pushback from T2 now. Just approaching 2 PM in the afternoon here in the UK. And again, a huge welcome in if you just joined us. Welcome to this FriYAY show brought to you by Airlines Live, the best way to bring in your weekend. And we have a lovely departure coming up next, which is this Saudi 78-10 Dreamliner heading back to the Middle East, back to Jeddah. Yeah, a little bit chilly, a little bit of chill in the wind. Correct, Trevor. As I mentioned to Mark, to Andy before, I don't mind the winter and stuff. I don't mind the cold conditions, but it's getting to the point now where me and Andy are just about ready for some different conditions now. Don't mind at all filming in the winter. Don't mind that, but yeah, I think we're just about ready now for some decent stuff. Wind gusts currently at 35 knots, according to the Met Office. Take care, mate. Lovely to see you. Look after yourself, Paul. Mark finally getting on his way now. Hope he has a great flying day. Hope everything goes well. It's a safe trip and return leg from Reykjavik. Hope all goes well, mate. Thank you so much for joining us today. Here goes the Saudi. Enjoy this, everybody. Beautiful heavy on the way out. Main gear gets enclosed into the fuselage of the beautiful Saudi. Ryanair just touching down there. That's the Warsaw inbound. And just pushing back as well, we have the KLM Neo. Alpha X-Ray Charlie on the return leg to Amsterdam Schiphol, of course. Just pushing back now from the stand at T2, from the pier at T2, sorry. And the Virgin 330 for New York, just awaiting taxi clearance. Next departure is going to be Ryanair, Max 8200, Golf Victor. This aircraft's heading over to Curry, and it's flight 6957. 2-year-old Max 8200 carrying out this flight. And just initiating the takeoff roll now. Short hop, 275 miles for this routing. Should rotate in a minute, there you go. Next arrivals here. Further Ryanair. This aircraft touching down from Marrakesh. Kilo Juliet with the retrofit winglets. Should have the Lufthansa 319 for Frankfurt out next, and that'll be followed by the EasyJet 320 for Paris, Charles de Gaulle. Just see the Lufty back a shot there, about to line up. And yeah, apologies about this Embraer right in the middle of our shot again, ladies and gents. Wish they wouldn't park stuff on here, but totally out of our hands, I'm afraid. Hey, and the Qatar is now pinging and just about to push back as well. And we also have the beautiful Aer Lingus 320 Retro heading on the return leg to Dublin as flight 205. About to push back as well. Lovely aircraft. Here comes the about to come from the left there, flight Victor Sierra 127 to New York. Champagne Bell, me carrying out that this flight to New York. Lufty rotates. KLM is on the taxi. Next aircraft to arrive, Ryanair Max 8200 Uniform November from Malaga. Adjustments being put in there. Nicely done. Getting the aircraft down without issue. Great job. Qatar is pushed. Here's our next heavy departure of the Virgin Atlantic to New York. EasyJet for Paris, just entering the active now. Tango Kilo. He put my teeth in today. And also on the ground, just at signature, we have a Hawker Beechcraft belonging to Time Air. Oscar Kilo Romeo Alpha Hotel. Aircraft going to be embarking down to Faro, Portugal. EasyJet rolling. Take care, Johan. Thanks a lot, mate. Hey, take care, Loops. Take care, mate. Thank you so much for your help today, Loopy. Hope you and Sharon have a great rest of your day and have a great weekend, mate. See you Sunday, Loops. Take good care, mate. Look after yourself, pal. A further Ryanair next to touch. This aircraft inbound from Alicante, Victor Hotel. Bit of a bump, but getting the aircraft down tidy. Next out should be the Virgin Atlantic. 3:30, heading to New York. Just see it there down at the bottom of Juliet. And now we have both the Aer Lingus 320 for Dublin and the KLM on the taxi as well, guys. Should be visible very soon. And the Qatar about to begin taxi as well. The Virgin just getting itself lined up. KLM about to come into your shot from the left. There you go, Virgin Atlantic lined up now. Just beginning the spool up and takeoff roll. Victor Sierra 127. Champagne Bell about to depart to New York. Next aircraft to arrive, Jet 273, inbound from Barcelona, flight 804. They're right on the money. KLM next out. Next inbound is an EasyJet 320 coming in from Paris. That of course followed by a British Airways 320, obviously coming in from London Heathrow. Then we have an EasyJet 320 coming in from Lisbon. We have a Jet 273 just taking an orbit over Dane now, heading in from Vienna. And we also have a Diamond DA 62. Nice to see that. That'll be nice to see. Coming in from Newcastle. Nice bit of prop action. KLM rotates pretty early. KLM climbs out as the EasyJet from Paris is about to touch down. Here's the stunning Qatar 350 on the taxi. Beautiful. Yeah, hope you're having a great time in Lanza there, John. Back home tomorrow, mate. Okay. Back to reality, mate. It's beautiful, isn't it, Marcel, the KLM? Beautiful. Hey, Callum, are you alright, mate? Here goes the stunning Aer Lingus Retro 320. Return leg to Dublin. Aer Lingus Retro climbs out. Arrival, BA. Apologies, guys. There we are. Been okay today, thank you, Callum, mate. Been a great show as usual. Really enjoy these Friday shows, mate. Yeah, it's been fantastic, thank you. Next in is the EasyJet from Lisbon. This aircraft's followed then by the Diamond DA62, Golf India Romeo Juliet Echo, 7-year-old airframe, first registered in 2018. And as I say, this aircraft's going to come in from Newcastle, just embarked on a 45-minute flight, and it's number 2 to touchdown, just getting itself fully established at 23 right. And the next couple of departures looks like they're going to be this Qatar. Looks like it may get out first. There's an EasyJet Neo just behind, heading to Paphos, Lima Whiskey. We'll see if that aircraft takes an intersection, just coming into shot there. And we also have the Hawker Beechcraft 400 of Time Air on the way out. Every chance these two aircraft could take an intersection prior to the Qatar Heavy outbound. We'll wait and see. Here is the Biz Hawker. Time Air. I think that may be... Yeah, it's just waiting for the EasyJet to taxi in. And it'll continue to taxi. Here's the Lisbon inbound. A few adjustments. Let's just see a Pegasus there on the return leg for Istanbul. And the Cairo bound 321 of Egypt Air is now also on the taxi. Some lovely aircraft on the way out, ladies and gents. Don't be going anywhere at all, because we have a beautiful aircraft next to depart, the Qatar 350, heading back to Doha. Just see it to the left there. Aircraft heading back to the Middle East as Flight Quebec Romeo 28. Alpha 7, Alpha Oscar Alpha, Airbus A350 1000, 3-year-old airframe, first registered in September of 2021, and that's our next departure. Qatar just lining up there now, as you can see. And just beginning the departure order. Really early there. Just goes above the Concorde hangar there, and here is the Diamond. So you can quickly catch this. Sorry for a quick panning there, guys. Just try and catch this Diamond touching down. Don't worry, he's got plenty of runway, don't worry. Nice to see, isn't it? Lovely. Lovely piece of kit. Catch that aircraft taxiing back past us in a moment. Here's the beautiful Egypt Air now on the taxi as well. Turkish 321 Neo Papa Echo is also pushed back now. Hey, and thanks so much, David. Great job today, Matty. Get yourself a Greg's and a sausage roll to chomp in the car on your way home. Thank you so much, David, mate. Really appreciate that for the 5. Awesome support, David. Thanks a lot, mate. Have a great rest of your day, pal. Thank you. And here is the lovely Diamond. Not something we see so often here at Manchester. Great to see. I can only suspect this aircraft will frequent at Signature Aviation. Lovely piece of kit, that. Really nice. Thanks again, David. Very much appreciate that bit of support, mate. Thanks. Yeah, they don't get much smaller than that, do they, Andy? Here's the next inbound. This is the Jet 273 coming in from Vienna. Hey, and now we have what possibly will be the... Oh, we still have the Golfer as well, yeah. But yeah, the Aer Lingus 330. Aer Lingus UK, rather, 330. Delta Yankee now pushing back for New York JFK. Great stuff. Great news. Do have the Ryanair down there lining up as well for Barcelona. Bravo Charlie. And don't forget we have the Time Air Beechcraft. Hawker Beechcraft 400. Oscar Kilo, Romeo Alpha Hotel. About to depart to Faro as well down there. Ryanair, you can see, heading to Bologna on the return leg. And we also have an EasyJet Neo 320 Hotel Echo pushing back now for Istanbul. Still have the Pegasus down there as well. And these aircraft, just waiting for this next arrival now. TUI 73. Whiskey India. Aircraft coming in from Lanzarote. And the final 1,000 feet. Still a bit of crabbing action going on. And the howl you can hear is from Turkish there. Puff of smoke, aircraft gets down nice. And rolls out. Pegasus next out. $15.25, cheers, Sil. Trash Kitty, are you alright? Clutch GP. Is Infinity, are you alright? Good to see you. Ryanair, just taking the intersection here. And this aircraft is outbound to Bologna. Next aircraft out is the Biz. EasyJet just waiting patiently as the Aer Lingus UK for New York begins the taxi. What's the biz? He's out there. He's gone. No hanging around as the Egypt Air 321 Neo for Cairo lines up. That's the next departure. Just hear the Aer Lingus engine spooling as the aircraft continues the taxi. And following this Egypt Air, we should get the Turkish out of here. Do have a Ryanair inbound. Egypt Air is rolling. Just gonna get this out, I think, guys. Get this. We'll get the Egypt Air out. I'm just gonna run for a quick bathroom break. That's all right. Egypt Air climbs out. I'll just leave you on this landing view for a couple of minutes, guys. I'm just going to quickly, briefly nip to the loo. And I'll be back in 2 secs. Thanks for your patience. One sec. Thanks for your patience, everyone. Thank you so much for that. Just inbound. Tango, Tango. EasyJet coming in from Amsterdam Schiphol. Nicely done from the EasyJet, catching right on the top of the hump there. Perfect. Where are we? 20 to 3. The Aer Lingus there. Might get quiet after this, guys. Might get pretty quiet after this Aer Lingus, I think. Considering sticking around for the Gulf, but I'm wondering if it's going to be enough action on the ground, to be honest, and inbounds, because it's going to be quiet. For instance, the next inbound isn't for the next 20 minutes. Then after that, there's a bit of a steady flow of aircraft inbound. Turkish is lined up. Papa Echo heading on the return leg to Istanbul. As the breeze just picks up slightly again. Ryanair for Dublin, next aircraft out. Just lined up there. What do you reckon, guys? Reckon we stick around? Or do you want to just capture this Aer Lingus? Only on karaoke, Rob. Only on karaoke, mate. I'm not fussed, me. No, but you don't want me singing. I think it's 3:30 taking the intersection. Might go pretty long. Nice one, Rob. It's 2:45. I'm happy if the mods are. I know there's only like, I think there's obviously Tell, Andy's still here. Not sure if Laurie's nodded off. Susie's still here, I think. What should we do? Tell you one thing, we're definitely capturing this Aer Lingus. Okay, we'll get this last flurry of aircraft out and then we'll call it, everyone. Cheers, everyone. Thank you. Yeah, if the Gulf Air is delayed, we'll miss it anyway, yeah. Hey, cheers, El Toro 66. That's really kind of you, mate. Thank you. Tell you what we'll do then. We'll catch this last, like I say, we'll catch this last flurry of aircraft going out. We'll catch the EasyJet going. Aer Lingus 330 off to New York. Yeah, we've just got the EasyJet down there and the TUI, EasyJet and Neo to Istanbul and the TUI. I think we'll wrap on those two, guys, if that's alright with you. Thank you so much. Sorry for teasing you. But as is known, we have been here since around, we have been here since just before 10 AM this morning, UK time. Give you a decent slab of hours, haven't we, I suppose? And don't forget, ladies and gents, as I say, next live action from here from the channel is on Sunday with myself and Andy. Martin taking a well-deserved break, spending some time with his mum and family for his birthday. Hope you have a great weekend, Martin. Have a magic weekend, mate. You deserve it. So yeah, just myself and Andy here with the flagship show of the week, the Super Sunday show from 9 AM UK. Make sure you're subscribed, make sure you've got your notifications, click to all so you don't miss any live action, ladies and gents. And we'd love to see you back here on Sunday with myself and Andy. In between all that, you do have Eric with the Mac Aviation Early Birds live show. Tomorrow between 6 and half past start time, Mac Aviation, MACC Aviation on YouTube. Hope you can join Eric and the gang for that. Yeah, we're all ready for the weekend, aren't we? I'll grab you a pint, El Toro, no problem, mate. Here goes the EasyJet to Istanbul, Neo. Our penultimate departure of the day. It's getting really quiet here, actually. And finally now the TUI gets itself lined up for our final departure of the day. Yep, we'll catch your flight, I should think. Mike, shouldn't be a problem, mate. Have a great time with Orlando, to Orlando. 11:15, no problem, mate. Should be okay, that. And yes, as Tom and Nan say, don't forget, partial solar eclipse tomorrow morning from 10 to 12. 10 AM till 12. Do that safely, though. Take all safety precautions before you do that. There you go, here's the last departure. Last departure coming up now. This is the 2E73 positioning to Hanover. Golf Tango Uniform Kilo Whiskey just lined up. And as I say, this is going to be our final departure of the live show. Again, huge thanks for joining me today, everybody. Thank you so much. It does mean a lot when you join me on these Friday shows. We've had great numbers in today. Incredible amount of likes and some awesome support as well. So thank you so much for that. Yeah, just Mike taking a bit of a break from everything. Life's getting in the way at the minute for him, so hope he's doing okay there. All the best, Mike. We won't tell the boss, Rob, if you don't. We definitely won't, mate. Yeah, so with this just being a positioning flight, could get up pretty early. But as I say, there's not a great deal happening after this, I don't think. Tui making his way. Don't want us to wrap up. Yep, here, lady die. Come on, Tui. Taking a mick, innit? Watch it make us wait half an hour. Wait half an hour. And the Gulf Air taxis. There we go, finally got clearance I think now the Tui. Yep, here we go. What's up pretty early, the Tui, as you would expect, flying empty, just positioning to Hanover. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is where we're going to wrap the show up today. I just pass on my thank you to each and every one of you, whether you've been over here on YouTube or over there on the incredible Twitch. Thank you so much for your time today. I understand it's valuable to everyone, so thank you so much for sticking around. And again, as we always do, we'll give credit to those guys in the Nats Tower. Great job for today, as is always standard for those guys up there. Still going, Matty, still going, mate. Just about to knock it on the head there. So yeah, huge thank you to you all. Thank you. Thank you if you happen to just give that like button a click. It does so much for these channels, I can't reiterate to you. So thank you so much for that. We hit the 1k like in good time. So thank you so much for that. Added thanks if you happen to give the dollar symbol a click and offered up a gifted membership. That's incredible support as well. And also all the donations as far as Super Chats go. Thank you so much. Really is helping the channel out and keeping them free for everyone. As I say, next live action from the channel is coming at you on Sunday with our flagship show. Just myself and Andy at the helm this week. So no remote cam, unfortunately. Just a standard show. But of course, as I say, Martin. Hope Martin has a great weekend for his birthday. As I say, we're back on Sunday. Well, we're up to the rest of this Friday, wherever you are in the world. Hope you take good care of yourselves, and I hope you take good care of each other. And we'll see you on the next one. Have a great rest of your day. Have a great weekend. And look after yourselves. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, everyone.